Recording in progress.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us for this exciting session today. It is great that we have a slate of amazing speakers and focused on ambitious energy transition action around the world. We are here to help mobilize the reduction of emissions in heavy industry and transport sectors. We also have a compelling case beyond oil and gas and the launch of the new alliance that we're going to speak about for Glasgow. We have to look at accelerating transition out of coal. What is the clean energy offer for a lot of countries? We'll also hear about the developments in offshore wind, green hydrogen, and launching a green hydrogen compact catalog. It's really great to be with you today. I realized I didn't even say my name. My name is Damlola Ogumbi. I'm the UN Special Representative for Sustainable Energy for All, and I'm also CEO of Sustainable Energy for All. And we've been working very hard this year also on a high-level dialogue on energy, which is happening next week between the 22nd and 24th of September. So without further ado, because we have limited time, it's really important I move on to some very, very important speakers who are going to give quick video addresses. We have the Prime Minister of Denmark here, which just shows how important that the Danes really take this issue of energy transition. And we also have my boss, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Mohammed, who are going to set the scene for today through some very short video messages. So I'm going to pass it on to them now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have less than 9 years to go. 9 years to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal of ensuring clean energy for all. And we have no time to waste. If we want to keep 1.5 degrees within reach, we have to work hard, raise our ambitions, learn from each other, and speed up our green efforts. Denmark is hosting this Energy Action Day, so we can do precisely this. From my point of view, the clean energy revolution has two key ingredients: leadership and partnerships. Denmark aims to lead by example. We have set an ambitious target of a 70% reduction in carbon emissions by 2030. We have decided to end all Danish oil and gas production by 2050. And together with Costa Rica, we aim to build a global alliance for a just phase out of fossil fuels. We are proud to be presenting this alliance at a session later today. But this is not the end of our offshore adventure. We are building now the world's first energy islands. In time, they will create clean energy for millions of European households. The green transition is happening in Denmark, and none of this could be done without the private sector. Danish business is on board. They are embracing the challenge of the green transition. We have formed 13 public-private climate partnerships, engaging companies from all sectors in providing new solutions, new green jobs, new business opportunities. We want to ensure a green transition that leaves no one behind. That is why we need to support climate action in the global south. Denmark has established partnerships on energy with 19 developing countries and emerging markets. We have decided to scale up grant-based climate finance to at least $500 million a year by 2023. And we are working hard to mobilize more private finance in the global green transition. We have come far, but we must go even further and much faster. And we must do it together. So let us use Energy Action Day to build partnerships to act now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the Prime Minister, Her Excellency of Denmark. We are now going to move on to the UN Deputy Secretary General, Amina Mohammed, for her video address.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, and everyone watching around the world, it is a pleasure to speak to you at the opening of the Energy Action Day. Our need for action on energy has never been more urgent. This month's high-level dialogue on energy is perhaps overdue. It was 40 years ago in Nairobi, Kenya, that the United Nations last hosted a major summit on energy. Then we faced an oil crisis. Today, we face crisis on multiple fronts. Against the backdrop of our global health emergency, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has demonstrated that the climate crisis is speeding up at an alarming rate. Decarbonization of energy systems is the single most crucial element of the solution. In fact, it is the only way to keep global heating within the limit of 1.5 degrees and avoid climate catastrophe. And yet, while we struggle with the effects of inefficient and unsustainable energy, more than 750 million people have no access to electricity, and 2.6 billion, nearly a third of the world, lacks access to clean cooking solutions. This situation is untenable, and we have plans to solve it. The Paris Agreement, SDG 7, and the roadmap for net zero emissions by 2050. But we must move from plans to action. In June, the Secretary General called on every country, city, financial institution, and company to raise ambition and to submit energy compacts to achieve SDG 7 and net zero emissions. I congratulate those who will submit ambitious compacts at next week's high-level dialogue on energy. You are leading from the front while leaving no one behind in this global energy transition. I encourage all to answer the Secretary General's call. The actions and commitments made today and over the next week must signal a new paradigm for decision-making, policy, and action on renewable energy. Ladies and gentlemen, today's event is an important forum for sharing experiences and raising ambition. I thank the organizers, Denmark, IRENA, UNEP, and the World Economic Forum. Please stay the course, and I thank everyone who is joining us today. You are a crucial part of this process. We are rapidly running out of time, and I urge you to act with urgency and ambition to achieve our common goal of green, sustainable, renewable energy for all. Thank you.
So I think we can all agree that was a wonderful scene setter. One of ambition, first in terms of hearing that Denmark is moving away from coal, moving out of oil and gas, but then the DSG also then emphasized that as we move forward, we really cannot leave anyone behind. So we cannot just focus on our climate actions without focusing on universal access. And this brings me on to the speakers we have today, whose job it is. And one of the key points is to kind of encourage and really, really raise ambitions. First is my favorite person in renewable energy, Francesco Lecamera, Director General of IRENA, whose agency is responsible for really charting the way and is part of this event today of, how are we going to do this? What tools, what actions, but more importantly, what financing? What is really particularly great about IRENA is it's about all countries, developed and not developed, because we know we really can't leave anybody behind during this climate emergency. And then we have Sharon Burrow, General Secretary for International Trade Union Confederation. Her role obviously is key. She's the only woman who's led in these types of positions. And it's key to also have these voices because trade is a big factor in exactly how we are going to get to our net zero targets. And then we have Roland Byrne, CEO of Heldo Topsy. Sorry if I pronounced that wrongly. Please correct me as you speak, which basically inspires global leadership, especially in this part of carbon emissions reduction technology. We know as we move forward, innovation and technology are going to be key. Reducing the cost of cleaner energy solutions are very, very important as we try and lead a path of not leaving anyone behind. So, like I've said many times, we do have limited time, but I'd like to kind of frame the discussion. I think the IPCC report was kind of like a wake-up call. A lot of us have suspected it, but we might not have known how bad it was. And it added a flare of urgency and scalability and understanding that we have to dramatically scale, not just renewable energy, but in terms of energy efficiency and phasing out of coal and other fossil fuels. is important. We have to know exactly when this will be done to tie into our global needs. Also, a clear path to net zero needs to be identified. Again, for continents like the one I come from, Africa, how exactly are people going to get to a point of net zero when they still have challenges with basic energy access and they still have 1 billion people living in energy poverty? So our discussions today will focus on the pathways to net zero, but also a keen identification of what would it take to really leave no one behind, public and private partnerships and investments to ensure going faster and having a just, equitable energy transition. So thank you again for joining me today. I know I've said a lot, but I wanted to frame this and get your feedback in a few minutes on this one question. What are the key opportunities and challenges to scaling up the just energy transition and building momentum for faster, more ambitious actions towards the high-level dialogue and COP26 and beyond? I'm going to hand it over to Francesco first.
Thank you very much, Damilola. Let me express my appreciation for all your tireless efforts to guide us in this path to the high-level dialogue. Thank you very much for your efforts. When we speak about opportunities and challenges in accelerating the energy transition, we do so knowing what the latest science tells us, as I just say. And what this science tells us is that transition is urgent. Reaching net zero emission by 2050 means making unprecedented progress by the end of this decade, as has been emphasized by the Prime Minister of Denmark and by the Deputy Secretary General. Let me begin with the positive. There are tremendous opportunities in the fact the cost of renewable technology have fallen so far that there's really no need to invest in newly fossil fueled electricity. And by the fact that the revolution in power sector is opening possibilities for scaling up of renewable in end use, for example, through electrification of the use of green hydrogen, which we'll be hearing much more about today. And the cost benefits that come with the transition are immense. Energy security, energy access for all, high quality jobs, and of course, the health benefit that come from clean air and safe climate. When I think about what these developments have in common, I arrived at two factors: vision and innovation. At the forefront of the energy transition were those who understood that renewable energy transition was not only possible, ultimately was inevitable, and create a necessary enabling environment, international agreement, national laws, and regulatory policies. The other hallmark of this transition is innovation can be seen in the emergence of new batteries and storage technologies, smart grids, and appliances, which are revolutionizing efficiency of energy use. And it is without a doubt that in this 5 years' time, we'll see new development, which most of us would not be able to imagine today. But like all success stories, they are not without their challenges, as you say. And the key among this time, we have less dedicated to make the necessary progress. Current government energy plans and target will not halt temperature rise to 1.5 Celsius, not by a long shot. The good news is we know how to overcome these challenges. The resources and technologies to do so are available. At ARENA, we are working with governments all over the world to accelerate change, and our World Energy Transition Outlook provide insight about energy pathway to net zero that allow us not only to survive, but to thrive. Thank you very much, and back to you, Damilola.
Thank you very much, Francesco, and thank you for telling us the great work that ARENA is doing to provide science and data, but also work on ground to make sure people feel part of it and know that the transition is something that has to happen. I'm now going to pass on to Sharon. Sharon, could you please share with us your thoughts on what do you think the key opportunities and challenges are as we scale into a just energy transition?
So, Damilola, the first thing is we have no choice. The Danish Prime Minister said it, 9 years to stabilise the planet. And otherwise, we see serious destruction of our common house, because this is the only planet we have. That means that all industry sectors have to transition. We have to get to net zero as quickly as possible. And if you read the IPCC report, then quite frankly, 2050 is probably too far out to meet that challenge. I'm also struck, of course, by the exact comment that we just heard, from great leadership from ARENA, and that is that the current government ambitions will not get us there. If you look at the NDC commitments to COP, they not only fail on ambition, they fail on just transition. So we have to get people and planet at the heart of everybody's plans, whether it's government, industry, trade unions, civil society, or indeed any other sectors, particularly the financing industry, because we have no choice. Now, for trade unions, that's very painful. There are good jobs in coal, in other fossil fuels. They're union jobs. They support, communities that have been built off the base of them. But you cannot lie to workers. You have to tell them the truth and make the commitments that build trust. And you have to provide hope. So if, finance sector investors or indeed CEOs think that they can just hang on to existing technology and tweak it a little with not green hydrogen, but dirty hydrogen and CCS for an undisclosed point of time, they're not only failing the test of helping us move through the transition with the resources they have and the technology know-how that could be driven indeed to innovation, but they're also failing workers in a just transition. And at the heart of that just transition is jobs. We absolutely know that there are jobs in the transition. Every unit of currency, dollar, euro, whatever it is, directed to climate action can actually drive jobs if the people and the planet ambitions are at the center of that planet, if they're good jobs, if they're based on the ILO just transition guidelines. But let me give you some hope around that. For every 10 jobs in renewable energy, there are 5 to 10 in supply chains. And if they're good jobs, there can be 30 to 35 jobs in the broader economy to service and spin off from the results of demand. That's worth having. If you look at just one sector, the transport sector and the transition to electrical vehicles. On the one hand, this is painful for us in manufacturing because there are less parts in an electric engine, but it actually will generate jobs in other areas, and we have to make sure that the just transition measures of skills, income support, redeployment support, and community renewal, with all companies taking responsibility for the transition, lives on. But if you invest indeed, some 2.7 trillion in green urban transport, and that's what it will take. And remember, our cities are at the heart of both the demand and the supply curve, so their procurement power is everything. And if just transition and clean energy are at the heart of that, we could actually create, just from transport, 53.4 million jobs to 2030. That's worth to 2030. That's worth having. And indeed, it's again painful, but for every dollar invested in public transport, it contributes 3 times as many jobs, good jobs, as building new highways. So we really have to say, what are the choices, but what's the bottom line? It will take all of us, and we must make sure people are not stranded, or you won't build the hope, as you know, Damilola, with your work, if you don't offer energy at all to people who are excluded, if you don't offer people the security and the hope of jobs and decent living arrangements, then people will resist. So it is on all of us to be inclusive, to have the people that matter at the table, to design people with just transition measures at the heart of our business and investment planning, and to make sure no one is indeed left behind.
Thank you so much, Sharon. What struck me are the statistics. And like you said, when you're talking to world leaders and heads of countries, that's what they want to see. What is the economic value? I mean, the statistic that really shocked me, and I didn't even know, is the 53 million jobs that can be created just from the transportation sector. That is really important, because sometimes when people think about transition, they think about everything they're going to lose instead of everything they're going to gain. So thanks a lot for that. I'll now quickly pass on to Roland and get your thoughts on what you feel are the challenges, but more importantly, the opportunities, especially in what you're doing.
Thank you, Damilola. So just to state the obvious, climate change is undeniable. The IPCC report was very clear in their assessment that the climate change pandemic is widespread, is rapid and intensifying, and we are no way on track to get to the 1.5 to 2 degrees. We are more on track onto the 3.5 degrees with disastrous results. So clearly as well, fossil fuels are at the core of the problem, and as a result, we need a very rapid transition. I agree with Francesco, what he said. It's nice to see targets to 2050, but we have to go extremely fast in this decade in order to make half a chance to get there. So one of the big solutions here is electrification, and we are well on our way. We have achieved, in the Western world at least, a decent penetration of clean green power, and that with that we fuel, for instance, electrical vehicles. But it's far from enough. For instance, 25% of the world's economy, measured in terms of emissions, cannot be directly electrified, and this is where green hydrogen comes in. And then from green hydrogen, you go into the derivatives that actually fuel then the rest of these industries: steel, aviation, maritime shipping. Just to put it into perspective, so all this, the basis there is power, is electricity. The world has currently installed 14 terawatts of power. Of that, only 1.2 terawatts is green power, and that is solar and wind. So if you look at the need for the world in the next 30 years for power, just on the normal growth, is another approximately 10 terawatts. And then you need another 6 to 8 terawatts of green power to fuel the hydrogen revolution and everything connected. So we're looking at approximately 20 terawatts to be built in the next 30 years to rival what has been built to 14 terawatts in the last 100 years. It's a huge, huge thing. You were talking about that the cost is going down. It is, but not fast enough. If you want to bring power to, for instance, areas where there's currently no access to power, the cost has to come down significantly. If you talk about the downstream things like hydrogen and what the other fuels that follow that, again, currently there is a very, very large green premium on that, which makes it very difficult to access. So what we need is scaling. We need, all these technologies are there, but they need to be scaled fast. Green hydrogen is a clear one. Currently, there's only about 300 megawatts of green hydrogen installed around the globe. We need hundreds of terawatts by the end of this decade. So you need the scaling, you need to go fast, and the scaling will bring down the cost. But this is the chicken and egg thing. You need people to invest today. So what we need in order to make scaling possible is sensible and stable long-term regulation by governments. We need money to help invest. The regulation, the stability of the regulation will help private investors, but you need government money as well. So there is a strong need for a public-private partnership here. And again, back to the amount of money, we are talking about trillions, and this very often is being mentioned as the biggest hurdle to the transition, that it costs trillions. But then I go to the pandemic that we have just had, COVID. By some estimates, the world has spent between stimulus and hospital medical costs and vaccination programs close to $10 trillion in 18 months. And we are already shying away when someone says, well, it's going to cost $2 trillion to do that by the end of this decade. It is, compared to what we're capable of, is nothing. And it has to, what it needs is just a realization that we have an extremely urgent pandemic and that we need to put money in there. Only then, in that partnership and in that cooperation, will we be able to scale up these technologies fast enough. They're here, they really are, but they need to be able to be scaled up and be competitive, and that needs a lot of regulation. The payoff, very clear. Sharon mentioned it. Lots and lots of jobs. In the US at the moment, I think there are, for every job in the fossil industry, there are 8 jobs already today in the renewable energy jobs. So it's a big lever for jobs. It is a big lever for development of great new technologies that will help the world develop faster and better. And last but not least, it will give us a livable world where people everywhere will benefit from.
Thank you so much, Roland. Again, the figures are striking. You know, we're talking about 10 terawatts of power, but if you think of sub-Saharan Africa's installed capacity is only 81 gigawatts. It's to show you how much more energy that we're hoping will be clean and sustainable to just get people out of poverty. And then, you know, the scale that you're talking about, and in terms of figures, I mean, I heard the global north alone has spent 17 trillion on COVID. So, you know, at less than 1%. So when we want to mobilize money for pandemics, the money happens. And this is a pandemic. This is a crisis on its own. And, you know, I really like you, Francesco, and Sharon explaining how it has to be treated like a crisis because it has to happen now. And I'm always telling people the technologies are actually here now, you know, at least to get people out of ending poverty. But we literally have 3 minutes left. And I just want to get back to each and every one of you for you to tell me like one thing you or your organization going to do, you know, in terms of the high level dialogue coming up and COP26 to really accelerate ambition on the just transition. Just one thing, Francesco.
Difficult task, but let me try. Let me stress that we are building a new energy system. We are moving from a centralized energy system based on fossil fuels to a decentralized system based on renewables and complemented by green hydrogen and sustainable biomass. So to respond to your question, the first step is investing in material and non-material infrastructure. We need flexible grids, we need interconnection to fully harness renewable potential. This also means that we need to adapt markets to this new reality and continue to innovate around the business model if we want to create the needed job, as Sharon have just said. One of the vital elements of this puzzle is green hydrogen. This will be part of our discussion later today and will be crucial for the full electrification of the system that we need, as Roland just emphasized. And I believe that this is one of the actions that will bring us close to where we need to be in 2030, a big step closer to what decarbonized system we want in 2050. Back to you, Damilola.
Thank you, Francesca. I'm going to move to Roland and then give Sharon the last word. So Roland, in about 30 seconds, what is your one key thing?
I can be very short. The one key thing has to do with carbon pricing. It is obvious that carbon, it has a huge cost. We see it this year. Food prices rose by 1/3 because of the climate disaster that we're already having today. The cost of carbon is enormous and no one pays it. So in order to make a transition fast and to enable new technologies to come in fast, we need to have a global approach to actually charge for carbon for the cost it carries for society.
Thank you very much. And Sharon, the last word from you, please.
We plan to hold governments to account for their lack of ambition and the lack of commitment to people and just transition. But we also plan to work with industry and with finance to make sure that the transition continues to build momentum. So to Francesco, Roland, to the alliance that the Danish Prime Minister announced, these are the things we have to do together to make sure that we do not lose momentum. If anything, we speed up our own ambition, and we make sure that we don't leave people behind.
Thank you so much, Sharon, and thank you. This is a great session. I think we could have been speaking all morning. I look forward to seeing all of you at the high-level dialogue and also COP26. And please, for everyone listening today, this call to action, cities, countries, governments, private sector, we all have to work together to raise ambition and make sure there is a just energy transition. So thank you for listening to me, and hope you enjoy the next session.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are.
Recording in progress.
My name is Anthony Hobley. I am the co-executive director of the Mission Possible Partnership and an executive fellow at the World Economic Forum in Geneva. We have an excellent panel today where we're really going to look at this intersection between the industry transition and the energy transition, and how do we build a partnership between heavy industry, heavy mobility, the energy sector and governments to deliver the massive scaling up we need in both clean power and the infrastructure, that's going to be absolutely necessary to supply the clean chemical fuels that we will need for a net zero industrial and mobility future by 2050. We have an excellent panel to discuss this critical topic. Mahendra Singhi, who is the Managing Director and CEO of Dalmia Cement. We have Melanie Nakagawa, who is the Special Assistant to the President and National Security Council Senior Director for both Climate and Energy. We have Sven Tor Halstetter, who is the President and CEO of Yara. We have Dr. Gerhard Sauge, who is the Chief Technology Officer for Hitachi ABB. And last but by no means least, Tarek Mtera, who is the Director for the Department of Energy at UNIDO. So welcome everybody. What I would like to ask all of you within 3 minutes, and I apologize in advance if I need to cut you off, but you each have 3 minutes, starting with Mahendra, to tell us, what is your company doing to secure the development of that clean energy future as part of your overall objectives to decarbonize your business and sector? And for those who represent international organizations and government, there's a slight twist on this, which is, can you give examples of how your government or institution is coordinating and mobilizing industry to support the policies necessary to decarbonize heavy industry and transport from an energy perspective? Mahendra.
Happy morning, happy afternoon, and happy evening to everyone. At Dalmia Cement, we have the business philosophy of clean and green is profitable and sustainable. We are fully committed to become not net zero, but the carbon negative by 2040. And one of the major levers for achieving this goal is to convert thermal power to the renewable power. Now, there are ways and means by which one can access renewable power. One, particularly for cement plant, there are possibilities that you can tap the waste hot gases and convert this into a renewable power. In our case, we are targeting that 25% of our power need would be met by waste hot power generation. Second, we are targeting now balance 75% to come from mainly from solar power plant and little bit hybrid also. And we have already started working on it. Today, in totality, we have 15% renewable power in our organization. We are committed for RE 100, and accordingly, we will be using 100% renewable power by 2030. Now here, an important point to highlight is the challenge. We see the opportunities because at particular cost, particular affordable power, my cost of renewable power would be less than thermal power, and accordingly, it will be profitable and sustainable. Now, the challenge is one, availability of land. Second, since cement sector or many other industries, they need continuous power 24 hours. Now, the challenge with solar power is it's available only in daytime. So what to do for balance time, which is particularly the night time? So now the solutions which are emerging is to go for hybrid. And hybrid can be solar, wind, and maybe solar, wind, and hydro also. But still, the solution is imminent, but still the challenge is high cost, high capital cost. Now, we are aware that the cost of inaction would be very high than the cost of action, and that's why we have started moving towards that. But the point is how climate finance can chip in, how international carbon market can come in so that this can be made possible. Yes, Mr. Anwani.
So Mahindra, in a sense, what you're describing here is the green premium. And we have seen over the last 3 or 4 decades how government policy has worked together with finance and with the energy sector to basically bring that green premium down, particularly in technologies like wind and solar. So maybe, Melanie, that's a nice segue to yourself to really think about that role of government and government policy working in partnership with industry and the energy sector to help drive down that green premium and remove barriers, even when that green premium has been reduced, to the rollout of these technologies.
Thank you. That's such a great question. And thank you so much for having me on this panel. What's so exciting about this conversation and who's represented here is that during this critical decade through 2030, so we're at the start of that in the 2020s, the global clean energy transition needs 2 parallel efforts. First is obviously to enable net zero emissions by 2050. We need to deploy the technologies we already have as quickly as possible. And that's what you're talking about in terms of what some of these companies have made these commitments already to date. But we also need to develop and demonstrate and scale up the emerging technologies, clean fuels like hydrogen, direct air capture, zero emission industrial processes. And to do this, and as you talk about the green premium component, I fundamentally believe that there's government policy that can do this. First and foremost, at least in the United States, and as we continue to march forward with all these other countries around the world, we're really committed to putting forward ambitious targets, these so-called nationally determined contributions. Here in the US, President Biden made a commitment to reduce emissions 50 to 52% below 2005 levels in 2030. Having that target out there is part of what's going to incentivize and accelerate this energy transformation we're talking about. But also through the Build Back Better agenda that the president's laid out, we're doing things like clean energy tax cuts that should accelerate and incentivize the deployment of technology and innovation that helps mitigate these threats. We're aiming to establish a clean energy standard to send a signal to the marketplace to bring private investment off the sidelines and create a framework to meet the president's goal of 100% clean electricity standard by 2035. We're also trying to train a diverse generation of Americans through a civilian climate corps to help conserve public lands, bolster resilience, advance environmental justice. We're looking at a range of technologies and mechanisms. We also set a target around clean cars earlier, just a few months ago. And again, these are all different types of tools and levers we're trying to do to help bring down the cost and increase the scale to which we're deploying. Just recently, one of the US government initiatives that was discussed or announced was the hydrogen Earthshot. This policy, you could call it a policy, you could call it a government initiative. It aims to deliver $1 per kilogram clean hydrogen within 1 decade, 1 for 1 in 1. And it's the first element because it's the first element of the periodic table. So if the hydrogen Earthshot were to succeed its goal, it'll have a tremendous contributor to our ability to deliver clean steel. A lot of things that people on this panel today are going to be talking about, and other many truly low carbon industrial products and processes in the years ahead. This is just one example about how we're trying to advance government policy that is sending the signal to the market for green technologies, green steel, producing different types of new fuels, and trying to bring down the cost of those fuels, while at the same time trying to scale up the existing technologies we have today through policy action, policy incentives, and targets. And then lastly, how do we bring the rest of the world together with us? And how do we follow other leaders in the world that have already put forward ambitious policies? And collectively, we are hoping to send a global signal to many of these companies that there are markets around the world, here in the United States and elsewhere, for their technologies to scale.
Wonderful. Thank you, Melanie. Well, I think that brings us on nicely to yourself, Sven, and Yara. I mean, I think what's so interesting about your company is you are both an industrial that consumes energy, but as a chemical company, you have the potential to generate chemical energy, and I think that's quite exciting. So there's almost two sides to this for Yara.
Yes, thanks, Anthony. And it's interesting to see now how what used to be the core in our company can be broadened into new industries. So Yara is a fertilizer company at its core, started 116 years ago, based on renewable energy right here in Norway. Now we're a global company operating in 60 countries, and we've completely changed our strategy as a result of the Paris Agreement, where we decided to embed the Sustainable Development Goals into how we run the company and our mission, our vision, and values. And we're at a point in time now where there is great urgency, and we also the IPCC report called Red for Humanity. And in that report, they're not talking about that we need more pilots and tests now. It's rapid and far-reaching transitions. And I really liked what you said, Melanie, and going to quote again, because I think that was really good. We need to deploy the technology we already have as quickly as possible. And I think that's key. We already have technologies now, and that's what we're working on here in Yara as well. We're a big producer of hydrogen that goes into ammonia and then into fertilizer. And what we're working on now is a complete transformation of our biggest plant here in Norway to move to green hydrogen production based on electrolyzers and renewable energy. That project in itself is a 450 megawatt project. That's more than the total installed electrolyzer capacity in the world today. So that says something about the scale. But it's possible we can use that technology, but it requires a cooperation across the whole value chain. And I think we need to stop talking about hard to abate sectors. It's doable. The technology is there. It's costly, yes, seen in isolation for the production of that green hydrogen and for a farmer. But if you look at the whole value chain, you're talking 2 to 4% increase. And then I'm not even taking into account the hidden cost or the cost of inaction. So this is really profitable, but it requires a new way of thinking, full value chains, open supply chains, and enabling environment to do that. And the interesting thing that we can do is that by producing that green ammonia, we're also providing a fossil-free fuel for shipping, long distance shipping. You can't use batteries. Hydrogen would be too space consuming. Ammonia is a solution. So we can do a lot at once, but we need to move rapidly. We need to do it now, and then it needs to be done in cooperation between companies and governments.
Sven, that's incredibly, I think, exciting both for you as a company and a different way of thinking about this, and I think for the transition. Now, I'm going to turn to the Chief Technology Officer of Hitachi ABB, Dr. Gerhard Salger. I think this is interesting. For you in your capacity as a Chief Technology Officer, now being front and center on the net zero and climate sort of issue, and for you as a company, and what you do, we're going to need a huge amount of input as we scale, clean power. It's not just, is it, about converting the current global grid to clean power? It's actually about scaling that grid, multiple times.
Yeah, thank you very much. And great points already made by the previous panelists. It's let me represent here of course, the power system as a total perspective. This ramping up of the renewables, that's really in the center, and it's the power system connects really from the power generation to all the applications, then really in the center everything. And let me size a bit the challenge which you have already outlined. Today, the electricity generation accounts for approximately 40%, so roughly 34 gigatons yearly of the total CO2 emissions, but also with a tremendous potential for reduction, obviously, with a renewable introduction. But what we are talking about in the next years to decades is to ramp up capacity in terms of variable renewables of a factor 10 to 20 times of today. That means power generation and transfer of power of up to 3 times of today, of a system which has evolved over decades. So it really shows what is needed in terms of investments, and also that then, and it was mentioned before, to manage with the fluctuating input into the system, but with the high requirements on power, on energy, but also power quality of the users. So we need to change a bit here also the mindset. Renewable energy is becoming a high value critical resource because of this tremendous ramp up what is needed, and we need to use it effectively and efficiently, and it cannot be wasted anywhere, otherwise we will not make the targets. So that means also on the side of the power system and all the equipment, we need to use most modern technology, but the good news is this technology is there. It can be installed today, it can be ramped up. There is a lot there which can be scaled up, and we can manage those challenges. And one thing I also want to mention, which is the good thing when electrifying really the total process from the generation to the consumption. It's not just that we are decarbonizing the elements of production and consumption, we are also improving the energy efficiency across the total energy chain. And that is another significant contribution really here to achieving the targets. So as it was said by the previous panelists, technologies also on the power system side are there. We need to ramp them up now with big and bold investments. And there is no overinvestment, so to say, because this grid infrastructure is heavily needed and in this ramp up. And that's really the key. And the other thing is, it was also mentioned, the partnership really in between all the stakeholders, the players here. And I'm sure we come to that in more detail in the upcoming questions and discussions.
Gerhard, thank you. And you're all being amazing in terms of keeping to time. So thank you for that. So my little timers going here. Tarek, if we can turn to you for maybe, you need a big focus on industry. You lead the energy program. Maybe a little bit more of a holistic look across countries and also across the developed and developing world, because it's really important that this is not just a developed world agenda, that we bring the developing world along as we sort of drive this net zero industry transition.
Indeed, thank you first of all, Anthony, and indeed you're right. I mean, I think this is a global agenda. It's not only for a set of countries or industrialized, and the reason for that was also, if we look at the growth in demand for the industrial products that are associated with, I don't like to use the word hard to abate sector, as Sven said, but actually associated with the hard to abate sector, the demand and the production is going to be happening in emerging and developing countries. And so we have to create the kind of level playing fields and the tools that enable a broad an inclusive industrial transition, both in developed and developing countries. And that's from our vantage point of view as a development or a developing partner with the governments, both in developing and emerging markets. We see an opportunity there to work on building what we call the enablers of a market transformation, transparent incentives, transparent tools to trigger the demand, at least on the industry side. You mentioned clearly that we need to ramp up demand from the heavy industry for clean fuels, and to ramp up demand, also government as large procurers, they can actually through public procurement ramp up the demand for zero carbon industrial products, zero carbon steel, zero carbon cement, and for that you need an agreement, you need transparent rules, convergence between countries on procurement requirements so you don't create trade conflicts, but also you need the kind of data and disclosure on the part of industry and a common standard, accepted standard for what is a zero carbon steel or a zero carbon cement or even for that matter, green hydrogen. So that's where we try to use our convening and UN neutral platform to bring that perspective, collaboration between the countries, but also the industry on board with this conversation. And actually, just to give an example, we have just had recently a conversation with industry, with you, to see how do we bring these disclosure standards to an accepted and agreed level internationally with industry and with governments. I think I'll stop here and we can sort of elaborate more on some of these. Thanks.
Thank you, Tarek. And I think this is an important point about the harder to abate term. I mean, within the Mission Possible partnership, I think one of the sort of goals, KPIs we've set ourselves is if we are successful, we're going to consign that term harder to abate to the dustbin of history. So I think that's, it's really important to demonstrate that we can do this. And I think we're already beginning to see that. And the roadmaps that the Mission Possible partnership will be publishing over the next few months are very much intended to show that. So if we can quickly maybe move on to the next round of questions. So Mahendra, back to yourself. Do you have a vision, do you have a view for how heavy industry and mobility companies work collectively to help drive this transition and create, I think, that demand that we've heard from Tarek and others? Because it's a reality, isn't it? No one cement company, no one steel company, no one airline, no one shipping company can get to net zero on their own. Companies have to collaborate within sectors, across sectors, and critically with governments and even with finance if we're going to get there.
Before answering this question, I would just like to say that now for all of us, it's important that we forget the word hard to abate, but we all have to say it's possible to abate sector. Cement is known as hard to abate, but with our commitment, with our progress, now we have proved it's possible to abate. Similarly, it has happened in steel. No one particularly from that sector likes that we can't do anything, only others can do everything. So maybe till we move to COP26, we'll be able to change the narrative that these are the people, these are the companies from possible to abate sector. Now, having said that, I would say there is now great awareness because of SDG number 6, because of declaration and of Paris Climate Agreement, because of WEF, because of COP26 race to zero, that most of the companies are trying to bring down their CO2 emissions, and that too in a collaborative way. Now, important is, and more particularly, if I can talk from developing country or emerging economy point of view, there are ideas, there are projects, there are commitments, but that needs one, technology transfer, and secondly, that needs finance transfer. I'm happy that US government has thought about it, and they have come out with the policy or the legislation that how they would be supporting emerging economies to go for clean roadmap. Now, industries, the mobility sector, the power generators, and the government, they have to create an alliance by which one can understand the requirement of each and everyone, and then can provide support. It's need of the time, and surely the various challenges which are being faced by the industry to source green power, that can be taken care. Like in India, there are few legislation, few policy decisions which are required, which can make the things possible to transmit power from one state to other state. So there are various roadblocks also which have to be removed, though Indian government is working on it. And all of you are aware that the Indian government's ambitious target of 450 gigawatt solar power by 2030 would be definitely supporting each and every move. But we have been requesting the government that let us create more such facilitating environment in which industry and mobility sector can also do it faster. Now, the last point is that mobility sector is also one of the largest user of energy. How they can be made possible to use it. So like in UK, the policy has been made that after 2030, all vehicles have to be electric vehicles. Similarly, in India also, now there are various policies which are trying to incentivize the manufacture of electric vehicle. The important would be how we can get right type of batteries. Important would be how we can get the charging station. But I can share with all of you is that there is now desire, now there is a commitment to go for clean energy. And we at Dalmia Cement are not restricting us for only renewable power, but we are also going forward to stop usage of fossil fuel by using the waste, hazardous waste, biomass, and various municipal waste, etc. So the point is, on every front, we have to work for clean energy so that we can achieve the zero carbon and we can make the world sustainable.
That's fantastic. And you talk as much about the initiatives that you as a company are doing as you do about policy from India, the US, and other countries. And I think this sort of, I think, brings us quite nicely, I think, back to Melanie and Tarek, because clearly we need a partnership between the private sector and the public sector if we're going to get there. And it's clearly both need to sort of, in a sense, act rather than, as maybe has happened in the past, business saying, well, government needs to act and government say industry needs to act. The reality is both need to act, in a sense, in partnership. And a key part of that is the design, if you like, the co-design of the right policy instruments and frameworks to support the commitments, in a sense, that companies and governments are making collectively to get us to net zero. So maybe, Melanie, if you could talk a little bit about, how you would see that process of collaboration and co-design and the sort of policy instruments you think that might lead to.
Great, thank you so much for that. And it's just really fascinating to hear all my other fellow panelists talking about this. I like this. I think we're trying to use this panel to sort of reframe the, it's not hard to abate anymore. It's the possible, right? The possible to abate and need to abate. Actually, I would almost challenge us to say it's the need to abate categories that are really key. And so this partnership is one that I'm personally committed to. Prior to joining the administration, I spent several years as a private equity investor in climate technologies, and actually particularly focused around industrial and other types of sectors like this, where efficiency and providing the technology opportunity, like cement in particular, for the new technologies that can be deployed at scale to truly reduce emissions. Because as we move to a more sustainable future and a lower carbon one, it's really critical that all these sectors play a role. And I think the last several years, you're seeing a real change and shift. We've had lots of R&D, lots of development underway, and now they've got a strong policy signal through some of these targets. But now companies with the technology that is there, and then as my last colleague just mentioned, the financing needs to come through. And so part of that is, I like to think of as a Venn diagram of policy, technology, and finance. And all three of those in the Venn diagram need to merge together to create the right enabling environment, as many of us talked about. Yarek talked about it as well. And that's really where I think governments play a really strong role. And one of the reasons why I decided to come back into this administration is because I think that we're finally at a time when all three of those concentric circles and sort of interlocking circles have all reached a stage of maturity where we can make this decade a decisive decade. So first, as you mentioned, how do we do this? First and foremost, it's through conversations like this. It's through coming together where companies share where are those pain points to growth, where are the policy signals that are missing. I really appreciated hearing about, it's about technology, it's about finance, and where are those things coming to play. At least from the U.S. government perspective, we see part of the ingredients to the enabling environment is partnering with private sector firms, often many global companies like the ones here today, with their expansive value chains that are demanding a clean energy supply for major economies. And to do that, we need to commit from the US government twofold. One, we need to make sure that we're restricting, where possible, lending for overseas fossil fuel projects so that we're accelerating lending for clean energy and promoting clean energy alternatives. The Group of 7 countries earlier this year made a commitment to end their public investment in overseas unabated coal. Part of that was because we want to be increasing and taking that and leveraging that for private investment and public investment in clean energies and clean technologies and saying that demand signal. The second area is partnering with countries like in India to provide technical assistance to facilitate where necessary. How do you increase the amount of renewable energy that's on their grid, that's in their industries, and they're being deployed? We're also trying to look at tools through the Build Back Better World initiative that is looking at ways to accelerate coal transitions using multilateral development dollars. At the end of the day, what comes down to is governments can provide and commit to catalytic amounts of concessional finance. This kind of finance can de-risk investments. It can crowd in the support from our private sector partners. And that involves a conversation of where does that concessional finance need to step in? Where can that type of capital provide the accelerant to more private capital coming in? Because that's the type of, concessional finance is one that governments are uniquely suited to pursue. I like that comment someone made about the federal procurement and government procurement. I mean, in the US alone, we have over 300,000 buildings covering 3 billion square feet domestically. Our federal fleet consists of 600,000 vehicles, both cars and trucks. And also the federal government is one of the largest buyers of goods and services, with acquisitions totaling over 600 billion annually. So I think I really like that point about what can the federal government do and what can other federal governments do. And we've got a great partnership that we've launched that we're relaunching, that's looking at how do federal governments connect with one another to talk about what our own purchasing power can look like and how federal governments can set that signal and be a buyer and a signal setter and a market setter for some of these innovative technologies that are out there. And that's well underway. But there's just some examples of how we're looking to de-risk some of these technologies, partnering with companies like yours. And frankly, I think first and foremost, it starts with understanding where are those pain points to your growth that governments can set regulatory certainty, policy certainty, or frankly, policy signals similar to the one that was set in 2015 when countries joined together to sign on to the Paris Agreement, which really set a market signal. If you look at investment, you look at energy trends from 2015 on forward, you really see 2015 as an inflection point in many of this movement around sustainability, low carbon targets, zero carbon, net zero carbon targets. And we've got, with less than 6 weeks to go, another inflection point, which is the Glasgow conference, where again, we're seeing this as a real launching of this decade out of Glasgow. So thank you for that question.
Thank you, Melanie. And in many ways, I think a similar question to Tarek, maybe looking at this, as you are globally, and again, that the developing country perspective, I think is always important to keep in mind here.
No, thank you, Anthony. And I think Melanie touched on many key points that we share from our vantage point of view as a development partner, again, operating on the international arena with different countries. I think, I think coordination between the public sector and the private sector is very critical to overcome what the classical economists call information asymmetry, because industry knows what are the painful points. And so in order to overcome and to ensure, first of all, that the return on investment actually happens in the right direction. And I think this is, just to illustrate, this is a case where we need public sector and industry to collaborate on setting ambitious targets, especially when we design public procurement requirements. I mean, we just had this debate a week ago when we were talking about embedded carbon in steel should be aimed for 40% by 2030 or 60%. That dialogue is needed with industry. And while some government officials were talking about 30%, industry came forward and said, no, we can achieve 40 or 50% by 2030. So actually this transparency and this open dialogue on setting the targets and embedding it in this, say, the power of public procurement, as Melanie mentioned, can actually create the kind of scale demand that we need to see. So if industry need to decarbonize, there will be then a demand on clean fuels, and then you will start to see the kind of partnership that emerge between industry and the energy system or the energy supply side for the kind of changes needed. The same conversation we have had last week with the energy producers, particularly working on the hydrogen side. They said if we have clear signals for the next 10 years on the demand side, quantity, we will do the investment, because these investments are long-term, strategic, they take resources. So we cannot do it on a batch scale. We need the demand, the large-scale demand. So these are two dimensions, I think. And then one third point I want to bring to this conversation is technology cooperation partnerships, which are essential. Again, I think this is the, I think Mahendra referred to this. We would like to see, from our vantage point, more technology collaboration between advanced economies, the ones that are sitting on technology and where the demand is. So the windfall of the benefit from the transition happens equally in an inclusive manner rather than in a strategic country sort of setting. So that's sort of a final point where technology collaboration or brokering between different countries on technology cooperation is key in this area.
Sven, sorry, Tarek, thank you. That absolutely spot on, I think. And we've had that really, I think, holistic perspective here from both Melanie and Tarek on that collaboration between public and private sector. So Sven, in a sense, that brings us back, I think, now to the industry side of this important partnership. And you mentioned shipping and ammonia. And we know that there's this huge potential there. The Mission Possible Partnerships Getting to Zero coalition with the Global Maritime Forum did a report recently on the total cost for shipping to get to net zero, something like $1 trillion. The vast majority of that, 80+%, is the onshore infrastructure that is going to be needed to supply those zero emissions vessels, possibly through ammonia as the fuel. So, what are the specific needs do you see for actually scaling that infrastructure and supporting you as one of the companies that is working tirelessly to provide that infrastructure and that new fuel for the shipping sector?
And that's a very interesting question. So good news here is that through the existing infrastructure in the fertilizer industry, a lot of that infrastructure is already there. We are producing hydrogen and ammonia today. And what you do is you take out the front end of that production, you change that into green hydrogen, and then you have it available. And just to build on what Tarek said on the need for clarity on demand, and that's a question I'm wrestling with every day. What comes first? Because when I speak with the big shipping companies, they will be ready to move, but will there be a product, or will the fuel be available to them? So here I think it has to be a joint collaboration between business and governments as well, and ensuring that there's a, if not a first mover advantage, at least I would say first mover neutral, looking at what we're doing right now by considering a conversion of our plant, the size of that, it's so big that it would drive scale in the industry. And then is it fair that we pay for that and that the second mover gets the advantage of that cost, or is that something that we need to see holistically together so that we're at least first mover neutral to create that scale and have the product available so that shipping can start to convert their ships as well, because this will take time, and I wanted to stress the urgency as well, because if I could tick all the boxes now, it's still 4 to 5 years until I would be able to make a full-scale conversion. For the owners of the ships, they make decisions for the next 25 to 30 years for the technology that they use for their engines, and that's where we need to have that long-term predictability so that we can make these moves. And here's where policy comes in, that we get that support to get this done. And it's the same thing for agriculture as well, where we're operating. We need to think full value chains. Food system represents 30% of greenhouse gas emissions. A lot of that happens in agriculture and the field of the farmers. Yet, how do we structure the framework for the farmers to enable them to think sustainability in their production as well? This is very much doable and at a very small cost for the end consumers. But we need to have that structure in place, and that requires trust. And I think that's the key barrier right now. It's not a technology barrier; it's the ability to have trust that we will be able to get this done together and create that transparency and traceability, so that we empower the consumers to make these choices as well.
Sven, that's interesting. I mean, as you were talking, I was just thinking of how this is done in other areas where you're trying to balance that need for a free, ultimately a free market and competition, but also wanting companies to take risks in developing new products and innovations. In drugs, for example, you get a certain exclusivity for a certain period of time if you take that risk and put those costs in to develop new drugs. I mean, you write a book, you get a certain period of time where you get exclusivity over that. So there's clearly society has already grappled with these balancing these types of issues. So I think that's a really interesting point. I'm going to turn Gerhard to you next, because behind the scaling of the clean chemical fuels, which is one side of this, we can't produce those clean chemical fuels for mobility and industry if we don't have clean power with which to produce them. And this is at the heart of the debate between sort of brown and green and blue hydrogen. It's just one example. So how does the power sector keep pace with mobilizing power to supply those specific needs of heavy industry and mobility as they move down these pathways to net zero?
Yeah, that's a spot on question, definitely. And so we have and let me start from the industries and then come to the transportation. We do have a portion of a direct electrification. And then, as you mentioned, when we go with this example of the green hydrogen, so to say, the molecules through indirect electrification, but it all needs to come from the power system. And one other thing is very specific with industrial electrification, direct or indirect. its central application is with relatively high power or even absolute high power in some cases, but also high energy requirements, and on top of that, high power quality requirements. So what we need to do is we need to collect the renewables from wherever to aggregate them, so to say. We need to harvest them from onshore, from offshore, wind, solar, far off, most efficient locations, transport them then into the industrial applications. And here from a power system perspective, we need to transport it in an efficient way over long distances with technologies like HVDC. So a lot of power electronics gets involved. We get into embedded DC into existing AC grids, which needs most modern power electronics, but also a lot of digital control and underlying digital technology like machine learning technologies and so on in order to manage the total system. And then concentrate it really with a high level of power quality for the industrial applications. That's really key, and that requires a scale up in the infrastructure as mentioned. When we then take a little bit a look on the transportation, it's a more mixed bag. We also have these central applications with high power and high energy requirements in central charging stations, like for bus depots, but also large fast charging stations on motorways and others where there is really high power requirements. And again, for those peak power requirements, power quality is again a high requirement in order to not disturb then really the other power system. But we do have here in the charging for transportation also then the distributed element of slow chargers everywhere in a large amount distributed into the distribution parts of the power system, which then need to be balanced from an energy availability, but also from a redundancy in the management of the power system, really in all aspects to become part of the future energy system. And let's not forget here, we are starting in many countries, fortunately, from a pretty reliable and a stable system today, but we also have lots of countries, especially where there is a lot of decarbonization to be done, where the power system already today is in the large ramp-up phase. So it's even more challenging, and it's super important here. We always come back to these 2 points. It's technology, using most modern available technologies. Here for the power system, it's mainly power electronics and digital technologies in partnerships with all the stakeholders to go together through the total life cycle, starting from a common planning to a building, to an operating and maintaining the infrastructure, and then also upgrading it in a flexible way. So these are really the key aspects from a power infrastructure perspective.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the complexities in many ways are mind-boggling, but it's reassuring to hear you talk with such confidence and knowledge of those issues and how we need to think about them. But so maybe that I think brings us really think about what are the barriers and challenges then to the scale up of clean energy to support industries. And so I'm going to turn to Mahendra and Sven, and I think maybe you can bring 2 different perspectives from India and Norway, and perhaps globally from your companies. What do you see as the barriers? Because I mean, after all, it took us years, being told, if you've been in this space for a while, as I have, that renewables only works if it's subsidized. And it is quite nice now that in many countries, I think the reverse is now true, particularly of coal, that coal quite often in many jurisdictions now can only compete if it is subsidized. But you would expect now that much of the clean energy is cost competitive, if not cheaper, it would be rolling out at scale. There would not be a problem, but that is not happening in many places and still more expensive fossil fuel options are still being built, which tells us that there are some barriers and resistance out there to this massive scale up. Perhaps you could each give your perspectives on what you think those barriers are and how we could address them. If we start with Mahendra.
First, I would say I've been able to get few solutions from Melanie, Tariq, and Gerhard, and maybe let us see that whatever ideas have been given, how they are taken forward, and how we can create one alliance in which we can demonstrate that how government, the power system supplier, the industry consumer can take it forward and show as a demonstration that this is how it can be done. Now, from barrier point of view, and particularly from Indian point of view, I would say one of the barrier is, since 24 was continuous power is required by the industry, we would need a hybrid system, which will be of solar and wind and maybe hydro also. So that would need a very high capital investment. So one of the barrier is the climate finance, maybe from Green Climate Fund or any other fund. So that is one barrier in emerging economy. Second barrier which can be taken care by the government is to ease the regulations for transferring power from one state to other, so that it becomes affordable power. You know, today what's happening in industry is that this thermal power is getting generated in the industry itself, the same place, whereas solar power needs very large quantum of land. So you have to put up solar plants where the land is or where the sun is shining more. So for that, some policies would be required. And third, I would say it needs huge quantum of land. You know, like 450 gigawatt solar power, which and this wind energy, which your government has to put up. It would need about 2% or so of the total India's land. So now what more can be done? Though Indian government is working on that, how the wasteland, which is like maybe more than 26 million hectare wasteland, which is available. Now, how that can also be given for the industry, and how transmission line, etc., can be put up so that the power which gets generated, that comes to the industry. And thirdly, like what Mr. Gerhard has said, that direct electrification in the industry would go a long way to take away the fossil fuel usage or the thermal power usage. Now, for that, definitely, particularly in India, that technology is not available. So maybe Hitachi, ABB, and few others, with the support of Vienna Energy, this type of project can be taken up, and we can offer, Dalmia Cement can offer its plant for that experiment.
Mahendra, thank you. And I was just thinking, it's taken us 100 years to build the sort of maritime supply chains to move carbon molecules around the world. We need to build the global supply chains to move electrons around the world much faster than we did with those. Sven, it would be wonderful to have your perspectives on these barriers as you see them.
Yeah, I also think that key to get this done is electrification of the now need to abate industries. And to get that done, we need large amounts of renewable power, which not only do we need large amounts, but it needs to be stable as well. And that's one of the reasons that we're first looking into doing this in Norway, where we have almost 100% renewable electricity. And since it's hydropower, it's also possible to regulate it, so you have that stability in supply. But that varies across the world, but as we build out more renewable energy capacity, this will be doable. But then we need policy to support that. We need grids, has already been touched upon, to get that power to the producers. And then I think key here is also to incentivize to get these things done right now. And I was thinking about what you mentioned, Anthony, in terms of having exclusivity. I don't think we can do that now because of the urgency that these are technologies that need to be shared at large scale in order to meet the necessary targets to stay within 1.5 degrees. So I see it more as a joint effort between public and private businesses to get this done. And then we're back to trust. And I see too much old-fashioned thinking on the way that business behaves, that it's about trying to get as much subsidies as possible to have that eternal cash flow to support something that doesn't have an underlying business case. I don't think that's the reality anymore. I think all businesses and all boards are looking into this as the underlying business case has to be sound, but that there needs to be a support in the first stage to drive scale and technology to get this done. And we see that whether it's from the Edelman trust parameter and how business has behaved now in this period, the very special period we've been through in the last 18 months, that business has really stepped up, has come with solutions. And we need to think similarly around this as well, that business can bring scale and bring solutions. And we do that together with governments in order to drive it through. But at the end of the day, it's about collaboration, breaking down the silos, getting away from old-fashioned procurement and where price is the only thing, and there needs to be a value to fossil-free alternatives. Today, if we're producing green hydrogen, turning that into green ammonia, or turning it into then green fertilizer, it competes with fossil-produced alternatives. And today that is cheaper because there isn't a cost for the emission, or that isn't appreciated in the end price. So we need to have that across. And if you could do, like, I mean, if you take a food item off the shelf in the supermarket today, you can very easily see standardized how many calories, what are the nutrients, and so on. There's no standard for measuring the carbon footprint of what you're consuming. So also to create that clarity, you create a demand.
That's a good point. The transparency piece, I think, is really, really important. If I could again turn to Melanie and Tarek, maybe looking at this issue of barriers from the other side of the fence, the sort of government side. Did you see it differently, or do you see it in a very similar fashion to that we've heard articulated from Mahendra and Sven?
Sure. So thank you. I thought I would just go through a sort of a bit of a case study, or a drill down a bit about what this means in practice, because I think in terms of the barriers, as I mentioned, there really is a partnership between government saying the right policy signals, but then that signal actually being received on the other side. Rather than it sort of either, being ships passing in the night or crossing wires in a way that it doesn't actually absorb what we're saying and doesn't have the impact that we're intending it to have. And so one example, because it's so recent here in the U.S., and I think it's such an interesting sector, would be the aviation sector and sustainable aviation fuels. Mm-hmm. And so just last week, the president released, which I think is a really it's a very good example of how we're approaching these need to abate sectors. So aviation, shipping, cement, steel, these are all in that same category. And what can governments do working in partnership with others, and what does that actually look like in practice? And so last week, the president announced several areas of concrete action and leadership across both innovation and procurement between the federal government, aircraft manufacturers, airlines, fuel producers, airports, non-governmental organizations, to basically target a sustainable aviation sector, both in America, but then also for the world. The steps that were being announced that are taking were all for the aim of producing 3 billion gallons of sustainable aviation fuel annually by 2030. It would reduce aviation emissions by 20% by 2030 and create enormous amount of good paying jobs. And so part of that, I'll just lay out what was sort of in that, in those steps. I think it's a good example of where governments can come into play, working collectively and holistically with a range of stakeholders to actually try to pursue these scalable targets in the need to abate sector. So part of what this included was a proposed tax credit of requiring at least 50% reduction in the life cycle greenhouse gas emissions, and offers increased incentives for even greater reductions. So it's a signal to both the developers and the procurers about where we want to see emissions go in this sector. The announcement last week built on that proposal of that tax credit by announcing a new sustainable aviation fuel grand challenge to inspire the dramatic increase in the production of sustainable aviation fuels to hit that 3 billion target, again, in less than a decade. It also provided new and ongoing funding opportunities, again, going to Mahindra's point about where the funding, where did government funding come into play, up to about $4.3 billion to support sustainable aviation fuel projects and fuel producers. It also increased R&D activities to demonstrate that the new technologies that can achieve at least a 30% improvement in aircraft fuel efficiency, and then explored efforts to, and it also included efforts to improve air traffic and airport efficiency, to reduce fuel use, eliminate lead exposure, and ensure cleaner air around the airport itself and the environmental justice perspective. And so our work around the aviation space, again, we're going to try to do this sector by sector. It's part of what is built up to our 50% reduction target by 2030, our NDC. But I think the sector by sector approach, taking on ones where you have companies like the ones here, Dami and others, raising their hands saying, we're already moving. We can move faster, working in partnership with you. If governments were to, if we were to set partnerships to procure more of this type of technology, partnerships to incentivize the R&D and what's going to be needed post 2030, and frankly, signals that say, several countries will come together to all put on the table the same kind of standard or regulatory certainty that we can sell into. A good example of this is the Build Back Better World initiative, which is really focused around standards among those that are part of that infrastructure development initiative around the world. But those are areas where governments ideally are making it hopefully easier or smoothing out the bumps in the road when it comes to adoption of technologies on a country by country basis. And ideally, it's helping to create a more cohesive demand signal from multiple regions and markets, knowing that if we're going to actually address the climate crisis with the urgency it desires and it needs, we actually need several countries all collectively setting the same regulatory and policy certainty for specific technologies. If we're relying on technology to only be adopted market by market or be bespoke market by market, we're just not going to move fast enough. And to be able to take something like the ammonia perspective or on shipping, and if we had several ports talking about setting the same demand signal for the type of clean bunkering that they need, Maersk and other businesses will be able to have an easier time going from port to port because they're not going to have to negotiate bespoke technologies or policies at each of those levels. And so again, where can the federal government, working with other governments, both at the national and frankly subnational level, demonstrate there is a cohesive conversation, there is a smoothness of both up and down the government system, but then across governments. And it's a challenge, but I'm happy to say there are several different entities that are pulling us all together in the same room. We're having many of these multi-stakeholder consultations and conversations. I continue to have an open door for anyone who wants to reach out and talk about what else we can be doing. But this president and this administration has really made a mark around wanting to engage internationally, be a partner to other countries, and work collaboratively. Through the G7 and other mechanisms, you're seeing the U.S. joining rather than walking away from these coalition discussions around how to set the right policy signals. So Tarek and I think Irina as well have been so instrumental in helping us understand what are those, what are the policy certainty, what does that mean to the industries that will then have to be selling into that policy certainty in that market. Thank you.
Apologies, I muted myself. Melanie, thank you. That was really helpful. I think the case study it is incredibly helpful, and that offer of an open door, I think, to those of us working in the space, and particularly the companies, I'm sure is really welcomed. Tarek, if we could just quickly, because we're running a little bit short on time, for which I apologise, but Tarek, if we could just quickly have a perspective, and then I'd like to move to Gerhard to hear about the sort of challenges that are faced on the engineering and scaling side. And then we're going to, if time, we'll have a real, like literally one sentence quick fire from all of you at the end.
No, thank you. I think Melanie said it all. I totally concur with her views. We cannot do it country by country. We need to get all the countries or as many countries as possible. And that's where actually we have been also working with the group of countries under the Clean Energy Ministerial, which bring about 81% of energy consumers in the industrial sector, to look at exactly these kind of questions, pushing green public procurement standards, getting them to converge, but also what Svein referred to is the disclosure, the transparency and disclosure on the carbon footprint. This is an effort ongoing, and we invite and we would like to use our open, transparent platform as a UN agency to bring as many, both the public and the private sector, on getting towards a really comparable standards and coherence. I think maybe from that perspective, I think one message that I would like to say: the policy tools are not novel in a sense. As Melanie mentioned, there's a broad range of policy tools. What is required is a mind shift in the framing of public policy, from being sort of focused on the short term to a shift of public policy towards sustainable, and that perspective also industrial policy toward long-term sustainability, resilience, and probably also global public goods. I think that mind shift is where we need to see the change.
Yeah. Well, exactly. And I mean, you know, as I'm thinking about Glasgow and having to get there from my house near London, you know, I need a map. If you're my age, you need a sort of, you know, you think about a paper map or a sat nav, but in any way it gets you from A to B. And if we're going to get from where we are now to net zero, we need those forward-looking roadmaps. And there's probably different directions and different routes we can take and different modes of transport. But ultimately, we need to decide on which route and then work together, I think, to get there. And I think that collaboration on the, you know, the supply side, the buy side, with governments and with finance is going to be critical. So Gerhard, that brings us to yourself, maybe to think about these challenges. As you see, we haven't got long left. So if you could sort of hit a few key points, and then we'll have a quick fire if we have time.
Yes, thank you. I think I can crystallize it around three key points. The first one is the speed of execution for infrastructure projects. In most of the countries and regions of this world, we need to become much faster here in order to enable what we need for the energy transition. That's the point one. The point two is, and it was briefly touched by one of the panelists before, we need to interconnect countries, regions across time zones and climatic zones to exchange electric energy, and here to make the system as efficient as possible, but also as reliable as possible. So that's the second point, really. And technology-wise, this is possible. We have installations done ourselves with lengths of thousands of kilometers, with power ranges of a full country over one system up to 12 gigawatt. It's possible, but it needs this trust and collaboration in between the partners here, in between countries. It needs the regulatory bodies to work together. The grid codes need to be aligned, and it needs, of course, the investments. And that leads me to the third point, which is the incentives. And it was mentioned for the industries, but for all the players. The good news here is really that the electricity generation from renewable power is not expensive any longer. That's not the bottleneck. But we see in many countries and regions of the world that then there is sometimes taxation, sometimes subsidies, sometimes whatsoever in the one or the other direction, which is then changing the picture in a way which is not necessarily the best future-oriented setup in terms of decarbonization. So I think if we are able together to really move those elements forward, then we can go full speed ahead.
Wonderful. And thank you for being so succinct and to the point, which I think gives us all time for a final quick fire session. I'm very happy to forego my moderator closing, because we're such an excellent panel. I'd much rather hear what each of you has to say. And maybe we'll quickly we'll go in reverse. So we have this little thing coming up, I think, as we all alluded to, in Glasgow, COP26, the 26th Conference of the Parties of the climate negotiations. It's been going on for 26 years. So what's different this time? And in my mind, I think what's so exciting, and we're certainly seeing this within the World Economic Forum Mission Possible, is the scale of business engagement in the COP. I think at a level that's unprecedented. I mean, we did see quite a big uptick in Paris, but it really feels like business engagement right at the top level, CEO level, C-suite level in Glasgow is going to be incredibly high. And in many ways, I think that aligns with the presidency and what others hope, which is that this is the first of a new kind of COP that is not just about, governments talking to each other. It's about that public-private piece we've talked about, the first public-private conference of the parties. And I used to be a lawyer, and I'd probably get told off for this in court. I'm kind of leading the witnesses here a little bit, but in that sort of context of public-private collaboration and this idea of that COP as the first of a new type, and there's much talk about this post-Glasgow architecture that incorporates that public-private piece. That's something we're talking a lot about within the World Economic Forum, how we can help and support that. How Gerhard, what would be the one ask or one thing you think could be achieved in Glasgow, but by governments and business working together in this new type of public-private collaboration?
Yes, create an environment where infrastructure investments can be made faster in a way of partnerships across all the stakeholders, which then enables really in a future-oriented outlook to collaborate together and find the required specific needs for each of the segments. And then technology-wise, we can start today.
Perfect. And Sven, the one thing you think could be achieved by governments and business working together at COP?
Well, I think there was already in Paris quite good involvement from the business sectors. That was encouraging. And as you said, we moved a long way since then, both from the businesses, but also from investors and from the money managers. So if there's one thing, it's to acknowledge that we have enough technologies today to make a huge difference. Let's focus on actions now and get that going and demonstrate the doable.
With 3 minutes to go, we're racing the clock. Mahendra, the one thing that you would like to see in COP by governments and business working together?
I would like to have the commitment of the developed world to provide finance to the developing world, which can also come to the industry. That is one. And second, how we start working for one sun, one globe, one grid. So, and lastly, third one, how we can create alliance like what we are today on the screen. Thank you.
Wonderful. And Melanie, from the other side of the fence. Sorry, you're on mute.
There you go. The one thing for governments and for it to come out of COP, well, as you know, being a government person, we have several things we want to accomplish out of COP. But in terms of working with the private sector, I'd say the one thing is to collectively agree to what types of sectoral and concrete actions we're going to do together in this next decade, looking at the need to abate sectors in particular, and the ones that are early movers in this space, because I think there's a real opportunity among these early movers that we can demonstrate our success, as Sven said, show that we can actually take actions and concrete steps and deliver real successful results, so that we roll into the 2030s with just a full bag of successes behind us to give us some tailwinds.
Wonderful. And Tarek, same thing. The one thing you would
Absolutely,
see.
and we are working on it. We want exactly to work with government and industry to commit to clear targets, sector by sector, cement, steel, chemicals, transport. So we want to see the targets for 2030, 2035, 2040 committed publicly at COP26. This is, I think, where we can see action happening when we have targets publicly committed.
Good. The adrenaline's pumping. We're racing the clock. 1 minute to go or less. That's really exciting because absolutely, you know, with the Mission Possible partnership across our 7 sectors, what we're hoping to deliver are not just commitments. Yes, absolutely commitments in the short term, 2030 milestones, but those are backed up by clear work plans, metrics benchmarked against the roadmaps, you know, resourcing and funding, and critically that CEO level endorsement of those plans. So it's not just the commitments we've seen in the past, but commitments with substance, commitments with work plans, resources and metrics, and, you know, CEO level commitment. So with that, thank you so much, you know, to our excellent panel. And I think probably everyone will agree, this has been a great conversation, more, I think, than we could have hoped for. I'm filled with hope and optimism when I hear what everyone has to say and that desire to get there and to collaborate. Thank you, Mahendra. Thank you, Gerhard. Thank you, Sven. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, Tarek. Thank you, Irina, and the World Economic Forum and the Mission Possible Partnership. We'll close
Thanks,
now.
everyone.
Recording in progress.
Hello and welcome to this session on moving beyond oil and gas. My name is Kate Abnett. I'm a climate change correspondent for Reuters, and it's my pleasure to moderate this discussion. Now, the science is clear that to reach the goals of the Paris Agreement, countries need to urgently reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. Doing that will require rapid reductions in the production of fossil fuels, and yet international discussions on climate change often shy away from the supply side. They don't focus so much on the production of coal, oil, and gas. Denmark and Costa Rica are launching an effort that they hope will change that ahead of the COP26 climate summit in November. It's called the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance. And with me to tell us more about it, I'm joined by Andrea Messer. She is the Minister of Environment and Energy for Costa Rica. It's a position she's held since last year, and during that time, she's made the case that Costa Rica's net zero target is a development model that will net billions of dollars in economic benefits for the country. We're also joined by Dan Jorgensen. He is Denmark's Minister for Climate, Energy and Utilities, which means it is his job to develop the policies that will make sure Denmark meets its climate targets. And finally, we are joined by Christiana Figueres. She is the co-founder of Global Optimism, and she was the executive secretary of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. And during that time, she led the process that secured the Paris Climate Agreement. So Christiana Figueres, thank you very much for joining us. I'm going to hand over to you first to share your thoughts on this issue and kick off our discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you're joining us from. Thank you for the invitation, Kate, and my deep respect for both ministers who are launching this very important initiative. I just wanted to do a very quick global context of why does it make sense? Why does it make sense to move beyond fossil fuels. So the climate part, we understand 72% of greenhouse gases actually comes from the burning of fossil fuels. And if you want to put a dollar sign or a cost to that, we already know that we're already at $100 billion of damages from severe weather events per year. And the projection is to go up to 1.7 trillion a year by 2050 if we don't do our job properly. But let's leave climate change aside just for the moment and take a look at the economic imperatives of moving beyond fossil fuels. Because frankly, let me summarize it like this, and then I will give you several reasons why. They're simply inferior technologies by now. They weren't inferior last century, but in this century, given the rise of all of the other alternatives that we have, they have become inferior technologies. To begin with, those are technologies that are producing not just the global effects that I have spoken about, but also local pollution, 8 million premature deaths per year because of air pollution caused mostly by the burning of fossil fuels. To go to the hard-nosed economics, it is simply a very important understanding that oil and gas in particular have a volatility of price that is not present in the new technologies. Over the last 10 years, we have seen a price of oil that has gone all the way from $116 per barrel to negative 30 because of a glut in the supply market. Whereas, of course, solar has come down 81%, wind has come down 45%, and they continue their descent, predictably always descending in cost, whereas the volatility of price of oil and gas is known by everyone. That is, of course, linked to the fact that we have an excess in international reserves. We have 1.73 billion barrels of confirmed oil in reserves, and we know we will never be able to use that. So with excess supply, then it is very understandable that demand actually, as compared to that supply, demand is going down. So when you have a very, very high supply and a demand that is constantly decreasing, it's decreasing because we have understood that there are technologies that are so much better. But it is also decreasing because, for example, in the transport sector, we already have all car companies that have vowed to move their models of transport, their vehicle, certainly light vehicles, over to non-emitting, non-fossil fuel burning models, anywhere between 2025 and 2035. An increasing number of cities actually banning the use of fossil fuel burning vehicles. And so that, of course, marks the demise of oil. We know that the demise of gas is a little bit beyond that, but certainly no more than 20, 30 years, a gas that has been recognized as a transition fuel, but it's a short transition because we do have many more fuels such as green hydrogen, ammonia that are coming on the market and that will be able to compete very favorably with gas. All of that, of course, means that there's a huge financial risk and that capital for the investment into the oil and gas industry is every day more expensive, meaning because of the recognition of stranded assets, we have now a very marked financial risk in that industry that the finance sector is unwilling to take on. And hence, their cost of capital of that industry is every day higher because of the lack of willingness to invest. So all of that, just a hard-nosed economic analysis, on top of which comes, of course, pounding litigation that we have seen in Europe, but it will expand beyond Europe. And frankly, the social license of society for these fuels has been completely lost. Crowning that, we have the International Energy Agency that has come out very recently, despite being a highly conservative energy authority, but the highest authority on energy in the world. They have come out in their latest report saying conclusively, no more space for any more new oil, no more space for any more new gas. So my friends, this is actually a pretty closed argument for fossil fuels, but not just for coal, for oil and gas as well. And what it reminds me of is what happened when the light bulb was actually developed. All of that investment that had been into wax and candle making, there simply was no more purpose for that. And that is where we are. We are at the point in which we have developed much better technologies, and hence there is no argument anymore for continuing with the technologies of the last century.
Thank you very much for that introduction, laying out the transition that is indeed already underway. So I'll jump in with some questions for our ministers. Denmark and Costa Rica have each taken steps either to phase out or to avoid oil and gas exploration and production. Now, ministers, your two countries have very different starting points in this industry. So I'd like to hear from both of you. Could you tell us what you've done on a national basis and why that was the right path for your country? Minister Jorgensen, I'll come to you first.
Well, thank you very much. Well, Denmark is traditionally an oil country. We have for decades, since the 1970s actually, to a large extent, financed our welfare state with money from the oil and gas industry. This, of course, is an important thing to keep in mind when evaluating what we've done now, because it hopefully tells you that it hasn't been an easy decision for us to take. We've decided to cancel all future licensing rounds. One of the first things that happened to me when I became minister was that my civil servants put a piece of paper in front of me and say, "That's just for you to sign, minister. It's just routine. It's no big deal. It's the 8th round of licensing." Well, maybe we should just discuss that. Well, that would be very controversial, minister. And so we looked into it. And in fact, we had already given licenses to 2052. So if we were to not only cancel the rounds, but also send an end date, not only would we have to find the alternative financing for our welfare state, we also would have to negotiate with a company that already had a license to pull it back. But we decided to do it. Why? Well, because the science is clear. We cannot negotiate with nature. We cannot negotiate with the climate. There's no scenario in which we burn all the oil and gas that we can find, and in which we still stay below 2 degrees, and definitely not 1.5. It's just not possible. So we need to stop. And because of that, it's also important that countries that are actually making money on this make that decision. Now, obviously, this also has to do with our target of reducing our own emissions. We will reduce by 70% in 2020 compared to 1990. Sorry, 2030 compared to 1990. That means that we have to reduce with as much from now till 2030 as we've done from 1990 until now. So that, of course, also is a big deal. Now, that target won't be very affected by our decision on stopping the oil and gas exploration, but it will indirectly, because for us to reduce by that much means that we need to go through a fundamental change in our society. So the people working in the oil industry, for instance, we need their skills actually. So this is not about them losing their jobs, not having anything to do, being left behind. It's about us needing their skills in a different sector. If you work in offshore oil, the skills you have, you can also use in offshore carbon capture and storage or in offshore wind. So one thing we've decided, for instance, is that we will quadruple our offshore wind capacity. We were the first country in the world to make an offshore wind farm back in 1991. When we did that, I think most economists were shaking their heads saying, that's a very expensive way to make energy. And it was. But because we did it, others followed, and now offshore wind can compete with coal and nuclear in most places on the planet. Now we take the next step. So we make an artificial island 80 kilometers out in the North Sea. When it's finished, it'll be able to provide green electricity to 10 million European households. So this is really about making a transformation for the whole of the society. I liked Christiana's example with when the electric light bulb was invented, what happened with the industry there. I like to tell an anecdote, and I'll make that my last words in this intervention, so that we can have other questions also. But there's an anecdote about the Danish Queen. We are a monarchy, as you probably know, and back in 1910, so many years ago, cars were being introduced on the European market, and the Danish Queen Louise, she decided she wanted a car also, a French limousine to be imported to Denmark. And the newspapers, of course, wrote about this. But one thing that they were really interested in was what will happen to the gentleman riding the horses on her cart. Would he lose his job? I really liked that the newspapers were interested in that already at that time, but they were. And what happened to him was they gave him a driving license. So he became her chauffeur. So he moved into they gave him new skills, and he moved into the new era. And this is, of course, mostly a funny anecdote, but nonetheless, this is what we need to do in many sectors. Yes, if you work in the oil industry, you need a different job, but we'll find one for you. If you work in coal, this is for some countries a much bigger challenge because you have tens of thousands of people working in coal mines. But there will be more, even better paying jobs in the renewable sector if we do this right. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Massa, tell us about the situation in Costa Rica. How have you approached this question of exploration and production?
Thank you, Kate. And first, it's so inspiring to be here in Christiana and also to be here in Dan, because when we hear this kind of decisions and this kind of vision is what we really need if we want to achieve the 1.5 goal. And I will share with you a little bit the Costa Rican case. And as you know, we have been taking also some wise decisions in the last 200 years, basically. And yesterday we were celebrating our 200 years of independence, of becoming a republic. And we have seen a lot of wise decision that has been taken during these 200 years to generate this welfare state. And in the case of the environmental aspects, we have been seeing for more than 40 years taking decisions to invest in protected areas, in payment of environmental services, for more than 65 years producing renewable energy. And this was the decision that was taken at that time. But other element, we have been for more than 20 years with different governments taking decisions to place a moratorium on oil and gas exploration with executive decree. But where we are right now, also having big discussions, facing right now this recovery stage after the hit by the pandemic. And it is not an easy time. And what we are hearing from some of our political parties here is that we should be following the Denmark example. This is something that it is becoming like an argument, that we should be using our oil and gas to pay our right now our green transition. And this is something that this is an argument that they are using. And we are very clear that this is not the right pathway. And that this is why we are promoting right now a bill to to eliminate the use of fossil fuels and declare our territory free of exploration and exploitation of oil and gas. And why? Because at the end, it is, I think, the economic and the social case. We will always have limited economic resources, and it's a decision. Where do we want to mobilize and invest our resources? And right now, we have our renewables sources to generate electricity and energy. We have all that. We have the whole country right now with us access to electricity. So basically, we should be investing our resources in the electrification of the different uses and generating more jobs aligned to that vision and to those kind of investments, and really bringing then the Denmark case to see that if this is not the pathway for the future, that this is the energy of the past, and that we should be putting more talent, energy, resources in the economic of the future, which is based on this renewable electricity. And this is where we are right now, is the kind of decisions. And in terms of this international and global landscape, I think that it is very important to see coherence also. And I really liked what Minister Jorgensen mentioned. The countries that are having and receiving economic benefits from this, they also need to have some clarity and being also doing their fair share on these to do the transition to this and phasing out oil and gas. And I will say that it is very important also to have these discussions around just transition. And I'm very clear that we have some examples, and it is part of the conversation for sure. But there is no more space for oil and gas. And I think that the science is clear, that we have all that technology, and that now we need to see political will and coherence in the different policies and in the different NDCs and long-term strategies that we are seeing right now. Over to you, Kate.
Thank you very much. So speaking of coherence, you have joined forces for this new alliance that we're going to be talking about today. It is called the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance. It's focused on phasing out oil and gas production. So Minister Jorgensen, let's start with the very basics. Why is this initiative needed? What are you hoping to achieve with the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance?
Well, I think, Kate, you actually did point to something very important in your introduction earlier, which is when we discuss phasing out or decarbonizing our societies, we usually look at the demand side. So yes, more energy efficiency, great idea, we'll do that. More renewable energy, obviously no solution without renewable energy, but that's just only one side of the approach that we need to the problem. We also need to look at the supply side, because there will always be the demand for oil and gas somewhere if we don't look at what the actual supply is. And this means that some countries need to take bold decisions. And on one hand, if you look at it, it's a huge thing to ask a country. Basically, what you're saying, I'll put it like one of my political opponents did when I proposed to do this in Denmark. He said, so basically you want us to say no to free money. You want us to stop pumping money up of the ground so that others can do it instead of us. And I had to say, well, yes, but for a good reason. It is true that even if you stop as a country, chances are that some of the production will then just move to other parts of the planet. So there's not a one-to-one connection between how much oil is being produced and if some countries don't. So all of these factors makes it a difficult decision. On the other hand, if countries that really has a stake in this doesn't start to make these decisions, then there's no chance of us actually making a difference on the supply side that's big enough for it to matter. And if you look at it, it really is a paradox that we have some countries, and I definitely won't mention any because that would be impolite. Others can be more direct than me probably, but putting it diplomatically, it is a little bit strange that you have some countries saying we want to be carbon neutral in 2050 and we want to be leaders and others should follow our example. But hey, by the way, we're going to continue pulling oil and gas up the ground and selling it to others. So what? So you're not going to burn it yourself and you think others shouldn't burn it either, but you will make money selling the oil to other countries. Doesn't make sense. I'm not saying this, to imply that it's an easy decision for a country that makes a lot of money in oil. I know it isn't. I know it comes with hard choices also domestically, but it is the tough questions that we need to ask ourselves. Can we live with a future where we don't do this? And I don't think that we can.
Thank you very much. Now, that question of climate leadership and how it's defined is something that I do want to ask Christiana Figueres about. But first, Minister Messer, I'm going to come to you with a question about this alliance that you're launching. Why should countries join it? If I'm a government, what's the incentive? Why is this a club that they should want to be part of?
Well, Minister Jorgensen was mentioning that this is about taking difficult decisions. And when we are taking difficult decisions, normally we really need to see and to have these other communities where we can be sharing lessons learned, where we can be generating political momentum, where we can be seeing that it is possible. And I will say that this is what it's all about when we are talking about also multilateralism and all these international challenges that we have. We really need then these platforms where we can be, giving energy and giving this kind of exchange of views to see, okay, this is a difficult element. How can we address these political decisions on this just transition aspect? How can we be mobilizing more resources and bringing more political attention to these conversations? How can we be giving more coherence and bringing the financial sector and then, talking to the investors about these conversations of stranded assets? And it's about this. This is important because we need this coherence. And I really liked when we have this certainty, this clarity. If we want to achieve this 1.5 goal, we need to take aspects in the internal policies, but we also need to be coherent in what we are doing outside our borders and the kind of investments and things we are doing and promoting outside, because it is just one planet. This is not about doing things in the right way in the internal part of our countries and, selling all the ways and selling all the old technology outside our borders. Because this is not fair, again, and it's also doing this as a just transition, and these also includes to be coherent in what we are going to do with oil and gas.
Thank you. Let's come back to climate leadership. Now, Minister Jorgensen, you mentioned this, that climate leadership often focuses on the targets that countries set to reduce emissions. Reducing emissions, of course, is the aim of the game, but less attention tends to be paid to the supply side, to fossil fuel production. There are plenty of countries that have set targets to cut emissions whilst not setting targets to rein in their fossil fuel production. So Christiana Figueres, I'll come to you on this. Why do you think we're in this situation where there's less attention paid to the supply side, and how do you think that can change?
Well, it's very obvious why there's less attention paid to the supply side, because that is where profits are made. And that's where profits have been made for years. Now, what is interesting is a growing, I would say, a creeping realization that even though there could be a market for oil and gas over the next, let's call it 20 years, the fact is that that market, that demand is dwindling very, very quickly for all the reasons that all three of us have spoken about. So nobody is arguing that there's not enough supply. There's actually too much supply. What we're arguing is, demand is dwindling for many, many different reasons. Even one of those reasons would be enough to cause concern, but the coincidence of all of the reasons that are environmental, financial, technical, moral, litigation, social license, all of that means that demand is dwindling. So those who are on the supply side should very clearly see that even though they sit on the supply, it is not a logical financial decision to continue to supply into a market whose demand is decreasing. That has to be seen. We are decarbonizing the global economy, not fast enough, not at the scale and speed that we should, but decarbonization is by now irreversible. And so we have to, those countries that are supplying or those companies that are supplying need to be prudent. And as Minister Jorgensen has already put out, they need to understand not just what they're going to be doing this afternoon, but what are they going to be doing tomorrow and the day after tomorrow? How do they face the decrease in demand? They should be switching over to, if they're a company, they should be switching over their very, very skilled people over to the new technologies. If they're a country, they have to diversify their economy. And I must say, I have been impressed with the Gulf states who have understood years ago that they're in for a very difficult situation as global warming increases. The heat that already concentrates in the Gulf states, making life very difficult for those states, and how, while they're continuing to produce from existing fields, they have actually already very clearly invested in diversification of their economy, because they know that they will not be able to supply oil and gas infinitely into a market whose demand is diminishing. And that is an example that everyone needs to follow. We need to understand demand is decreasing very clearly. Hence, supply needs to adjust.
Thank you. We are fast running out of time, so I'll put one final question to both our ministers. You're launching this alliance, but what is going to happen after COP26, after this, announcement with whichever members are part of the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance? How do you see this playing out over the next few years? I'd love to hear from you both. Minister Jorgensen, I'll come to you first.
Well, first step is to get some countries to join our alliance. So if anybody out there is listening to this debate, please put pressure on your governments, or at least suggest them that maybe this could be something for your country also. Now, of course, what we will then do afterwards and how we can then utilize the alliance, we'll have to see, because it also depends on how many members we are. But in my opinion, the more forceful we can be as a group, the better. The possibility of maybe agreeing on an end date for oil, that's a set date that we can all agree on, that we can also as an alliance have the common standpoints before important international negotiations, as we've seen with other alliances, Powering Past Coal, to mention just one, I think would be some prospects that we need to look into.
And Minister Venstre, what is your vision for the next few years for the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance?
That we will be joined by different countries, by other different agencies, other stakeholders as well, to generate this group that will be having lessons learned to be exchanged, to be generating momentum, to be generating data. I think that it is so important to continue seeing what's the real situation. And as Dan was saying, it would be great if we can, move to that phase where we can see a certain date of phasing out, of leaving oil and gas. That will be a fantastic dream. And I think that this is, the starting point of this vision, and that we will be there will be a group of countries promoting and working towards that goal, which is a difficult goal, we know, but which is something that we can reach and achieve together.
Thank you. Super words to end on. We're out of time, so I'd like to thank Minister Dan Jorgensen, Minister Andrea Messer, and Cristiana Figueres for joining us for the discussion. Thanks to our audience for watching, and enjoy the next session.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and welcome to this session, From Coal to Clean Power. My name is Glenn Pierce-Oroz. I'm the Senior Director for International Relations and Special Projects at Sustainable Energy for All. And this session has been organized by the UK's Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, BASE. And it's my pleasure to welcome you to this important discussion, because despite the momentum and the progress that's been made in shifting from coal to clean power, there's still quite a bit that needs to be done. And as a small illustration of how much still needs to be done, I'd like to give you just a sense, 2 data points, which are being released today, as a matter of fact. Between 2016 and 2019, approximately $28 billion was committed to finance new coal power plants in high impact countries. And these are the 20 countries with the absolute greatest number of people without access to electricity. 8 of these 20 high impact countries still have coal power plants actively under development. And if you'd like to know more, feel free to look at the Coal Power Finance in High Impact Countries publication that is being released today by SE for All jointly with CPI, Climate Policy Initiative. We're privileged to have an excellent panel of leaders that join us today. And in a few moments, we'll start with an important video message by the COP President-designate, Mr. Alok Sharma. After which, we will continue with a moderated discussion among His Excellency, the Honorable Minister for Climate Change of Pakistan, Minister Aslam, Malik Amin Aslam. He works very closely with Prime Minister Khan of Pakistan on all issues related to climate change. And Minister Aslam, you will hopefully keep us grounded in this discussion from your perspective. I also have the pleasure of introducing Mafalda Duarte, the CEO of CIF, Climate Investment Funds. And as many of you know, CIF, of course, is one of the best friends for many developing countries that are seriously looking at low carbon economic growth and development options. Mafalda has been leading CIF since 2014. And from her perspective, she'll be able to give us a sense of what's happening across many countries, as CIF has been working in, I think, 72 countries or more since its inception. And rounding out the perspectives, we have also the great pleasure of having with us Mary Quaney, the Group CEO and Executive Director of Mainstream Renewable Power. Mary and her team are the ones that actually make everything happen on the ground. She hopefully is benefiting from the enabling framework that Minister Aslam is putting together, hopefully learning from some of the pilot experiences and financing, blended financing offered by Mafalda and her team. And Mainstream Renewable Power is active in many different regions: Europe, Africa, Asia Pacific, North America, Latin America. So we'll be able to benefit from Mary's perspective on coal to clean power in some of those cases. I'd like to now turn to the video message from COP President-designate, Mr. Alok Sharma.
Greetings to you all. It's a pleasure to join you today. And thank you to the Danish government, to ARENA, to UNEP, and WEF, and all other partners involved in organizing Energy Action Day. The subject of this panel event, the coal to clean power transition, is absolutely vital. Because we want to avoid the worst effects of climate change, we must consign coal power to history. There's really no question about it. When the countries of the world signed the Paris Agreement back in 2015, they committed to limit the rise in global temperature to well below 2 degrees, aiming for 1.5 degrees, because the science shows that this will prevent the most severe impacts. But that 1.5 degree limit will slip out of reach unless we act immediately. And that was the clear message from the IPCC in August in their report on the latest climate science. To keep 1.5 alive, we must halve global emissions by 2030. So the time for talking is behind us. We need urgent action now, and particularly on power, which accounts for a quarter of global emissions. Decarbonizing our power system is eminently achievable given the plummeting price of renewables and the stranded asset risk coal presents as a result. So accelerating the clean energy transition is an absolute focus of the UK's COP26 presidency. And we are seeing progress. The Climate Vulnerable Forum has recently released a statement supporting no new coal power. And countries like Pakistan have committed to put an end to new coal power. And I look forward to hearing from Minister Aslam in this session about Pakistan's clean energy transition and how international partners can support it. Here in the UK, coal is down to less than 2% of our energy mix, and we plan to phase it out entirely by the end of 2024. And under our presidency, the G7, the entire group has committed to move to overwhelmingly decarbonized power systems in the 2030s and to stop financing coal internationally. South Korea will end international coal finance too, meaning that 2 of the 3 largest funders in the world will no longer be putting their money into coal. To support the clean energy transition around the world, our COP26 presidency has also been building up international collaboration, because we recognize that by working together, we make progress faster. Last year, we launched the COP26 Energy Transition Council, and this brings together more than 20 governments and 15 international institutions, including development banks, to support the green transition in developing countries. We've also launched the Rapid Response Facility, which is currently responding to over 15 country requests for timely, flexible support with their energy transition. And we plan to build on these initiatives beyond Glasgow so that strong partnerships between governments, investors, and communities continue to drive the energy revolution. We urge countries, regions, companies, and investors to join the Powering Past Coal Alliance to accelerate the move away from coal power, and the number of national government members has increased 25% since COP25. And we ask financial institutions to move away from coal and seize the opportunity of investing in clean power alternatives. To encourage investments in emerging markets, we've brought governments, investors, and industry together in dialogues, including through the Energy Transition Council, to build investment confidence. And I'm very pleased that public financial institutions are supporting countries with the energy transition. The climate investment funds are an excellent example, and you will hear from their CEO, Mafalda Duarte, today, as well as hearing from Mary Quanney, CEO of Mainstream Renewable Power, which is a leader in working with local countries and communities to deliver the clean energy transition in new markets. The progress that we have seen is great, but there is much further to go ahead of COP26, because a gap remains, and it is far too large. 480 gigawatts worth of new coal power stations are still planned around the world. So ahead of COP26 and at the summit itself, we need governments to make those strong, clear commitments to end polluting coal generation and prioritize clean power. We urge countries to put an end to coal power by phasing out existing plants, committing not to build any new ones, and putting an end to international coal finance. And we need all investors acting on our shared responsibility to protect our planet. And we need to keep building up the international collaboration at COP26 and indeed beyond it to accelerate the clean energy revolution over this vital decade, which, frankly, it is no exaggeration to say, will determine the course of our planet's future. I hope the UN High-Level Dialogue on Energy next week will see countries announcing ambitious action on energy, including through their energy compacts. And on COP26 Energy Day, we will highlight countries' commitments to scale up clean power, stop new coal, and support a just transition. Because the world needs to see urgent action on power, particularly the global exit from coal, to keep 1.5 degrees alive and ensure access to clean, affordable, and reliable energy for all. And I hope that today you will have a productive discussion on the practical ways in which we can spur action on energy supported by international collaboration. With a panel like this composed of trailblazers in their respective areas working together, I'm sure that you will. So let's keep working together to revolutionize the way that we power the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, COP President-designate Alok Sharma, for those important reflections on consigning coal to history. You're reminding us that this is not a new discussion, that since 2015 in the Paris Agreement, over 190 countries have committed to limiting temperature rise, but that it's now time to move beyond the commitment and start looking for ways of putting this into action, urgent action, as CPD COP President-designate mentioned it. To start the discussion, it's my great pleasure and honor to be able to welcome His Excellency Minister Aslam from Pakistan. And Honorable Minister, we know that you've been in this arena for a long time in terms of climate, but you're also keenly aware of the limitations and constraints that face any government in any country, which also has development needs and development priorities. In that regard, when you reflect on the type of coal to clean discussion that we have increasingly, where do you see lies the best opportunity for the global community to support Pakistan and developing countries in achieving these goals?
Thank you very much, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, and I would like to start off by really thanking Irina and all the organizers for this very important discussion on the Energy Day leading up to COP26. And as Mr. Alok Sharma just pointed out, this is really the heart of the discussion at COP26. How do we unlock economies out of this, fossil fuel-laden pathway that we're all on? And how do we make sure that we can bend the curve on emissions? How can we decouple future economic growth from growth in emissions? And this is something that is really needed drastically, and it is needed now because countries like Pakistan, which are really at the forefront of the climate crisis and are not contributors at all. Even today, we are less than 1% of the global emissions. But we are facing the brunt of this whole issue. And we realize that if we don't take the bold step forward, probably nobody else will. Because going into the future, we've got two very clear pathways in front of us. One of them leads on to a presently lower cost option of going onto a pathway which is laden with fossil fuels and coal. But on the other side is a cleaner pathway which is getting cheaper by the day, but still going on to it involves a cost. So for a country like Pakistan, and you asked the right question, which has got development constraints, now beset with obviously the COVID challenge, the debt challenge. So a country like Pakistan, it has to be really bold to take up the decision that we have done. What we have decided is that we do not want to go along the pathway which will add to this problem for the world, but we want to go on a pathway which will lead to a solution for the world. And that is why we've set a target of reaching 60% of our energy mix onto clean energy by 2030, and also shifting our transport, which is one of the major contributors to our greenhouse gas emissions, onto electric vehicles. Now, on the energy side, the big challenge is obviously that we've got about 10 to 15% coal-based economy at the moment, but we've got the potential to make it really big. So that's the potential we're walking away from. So when Minister Sharma talked about really consigning coal to history, I think that it's easier probably to avoid going on this pathway, but more difficult and much more difficult to get off it once you're on it. And that is the real challenge for the world. And we are facing it in Pakistan also because our previous governments had taken the decision to go on this coal pathway and put it on imported coal. So we're getting coal from all over the world and putting up plants in Pakistan, which were at that time cheaper and quicker to do than the other options. Now for Pakistan, the challenge is how do we unlock out of this pathway? How do we unlock out of coal projects which have got a 30 to 40 year gestation period signed in and locked in by the state itself, and do it in a manner in which there is no financial liability and we're not penalized for taking this bold action. So I think that is, as I said, is the challenge. And I would like to thank actually the Energy Transition Council, because I've been involved with it over last year. And we've been having discussions on this issue over here. And through one of those discussions, I actually got a hold of a mechanism which is actually trying to help countries like Pakistan. And it's called the Energy Transition Mechanism. It's recently been, I won't say developed, but it's something which is a development in transition by the Asian Development Bank. I heard it for the first time in a discussion on the Energy Transition Council. We contacted ADB after that, and today Pakistan is going to be, inshallah, one of the pilot countries, along with I think Indonesia and Philippines, who are going to go into that. Now, what that is trying to do is really, address this challenge of countries who are trying to unlock out of a coal pathway but are locked into it because of state guarantees, and it's doing it in a very innovative manner. It's got some financing which is lower cost of capital, and so they're going to do a full study of our coal projects and see which of the projects can be transitioned into coal to clean energy, and they will do it without incurring a financial penalty on a country like Pakistan. So I think that's the sort of thing that really needs to be taken forward at COP26. But that's an action-oriented instrument. It's not talking about 2050 or 2060. It's talking about 2021 and 2022, and what is going to happen in these 2 years for countries who want to transition from coal to clean. But as I said, there's still a lot of work to be done in trying to figure out how we make this transition without incurring this this penalty on a developing country like Pakistan. But it shows hope, and it shows a silver lining on this whole discussion, which is really worth taking. And I would again, as I said, I got into it through one of your forums, so I would like to thank the Energy Transition Council for that. I was also reading about the rapid response facility that you're talking about. I think that's the sort of thing which is which the energy transition mechanism also has, because we are now going into that phase of getting a team of experts and financial accountants who would come down, look at our projects, look at the financial outlays, and try to restructure it so that we can make this transition. But this rapid facility that the Energy Transition Council has developed would really be also a step in the right direction. And this is the sort of instrument, when we talk about climate finance and the 100 billion a year financing, and then talk about the post-2020 financing, this is the sort of instrument which would have to be there to make sure that that part of money then can be used to make sure that countries go on to a cleaner and carbon-free energy pathway. And it should be linked, with that sort of a transition. So I think this is the right time for that. The world, nature has really shown us that we're really running out of time on this issue. And we've seen that when we run out of time on this war path with nature, what happens? I mean, COVID is really a clear indicator of how nature reacts when you really go over the tipping points. On the climate issue, we are almost on the tipping point. We are seeing it across the world. So I think the world doesn't have too much time. We need to think fast, and we need to think clearly, and we need to think positively in this direction, that we need to transition from this coal-laden pathway to a cleaner pathway. I would also like to add at the end that countries like Pakistan, as I said, we are still less emission pathway over here. which is still in the future, but which we can take, which we are now deciding not to take. But there are other countries which are much bigger, have got much bigger problems than Pakistan. They are the ones who have to lead over here, and they are the ones who have to show us that what they did in the previous economic transitions was wrong. They've got to take major U-turns over here, and that's what's going to take us off this war path with nature. Otherwise, we're in for a big challenge, all of us. So I really would like to plead for that, and I would like to say that on our part, we are trying to do our best. We are trying to get onto this clean energy pathway. We already, we have projects worth about 2,400 megawatts, which were signed and locked in to start on imported coal. We shelved those projects. We shifted to 3,700 megawatts of clean hydropower this year, and we did that as our first step in this direction. We are also, as I said, willing to take the next big step, which is the more bolder step, is to unlock out of the coal projects we're already on. And as I said, we're working with the energy transition mechanism on that. We are also putting our trust back in nature through a lot of nature-based solutions. We're planting 10 billion trees, expanding our protected areas, using our flood waters for recharging our wetlands. All of this is being done to put the trust back in nature, to put the investment back in nature. And we're also experimenting with the nature performance bond, which would be the first of its kind. So we're trying to do whatever we can do in Pakistan. But as I said, there are bigger countries, there are bigger problems than us on the table, and they are the ones who really have to lead the way if we are to get off this war path. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I think those are extremely important points, and the leadership demonstration of not only setting targets, but also shifting, recognizing how difficult it is to shift from one pathway to another is extremely important. Certainly, I'm very happy to hear that the Energy Transition Council was able to play its role in this. Many of the organizations around the table today, including SIF, including IRENA, including Danish government, including UK government, SE for All, we have been part of this Energy Transition Council, and so this is really encouraging to hear. If we do move over to another mechanism, and Mafalda, as CEO of SIF, if you just heard what the Honorable Minister shared in terms of the challenges that Pakistan faces. You've already done this. You've been in business for 12 years now. You've seen other countries go from coal to clean. What advice from those lessons, what can you share with Minister Aslam in terms of SIF's experience in helping countries make that shift and off the coal pathway?
Thank you very much, Glenn. And I think I'd like to thank the UK government and Sustainable Energy for All and IRENA for inviting us to be in this event. And it's a pleasure, Honorable Minister and Mary, to be here with you today. Before getting to the specifics of your question, let me just say a couple of things, and building on what we heard from the Honorable Minister and also from the COP President. I think it's quite important to realize that the energy sector is really critical if we are to reach the Paris Agreement goals. It represents 3/4 of GHG emissions today. And so we really need a global energy system that is quite different from the one we have today, and that is really largely based on renewable energy. And in fact, IRENA and IEA, they keep telling us in different reports how much of new renewable energy capacity needs to be put in place every year, and it's quite significant numbers. But also they keep telling us the fact that right now we are still quite dependent on fossil fuel energy. Almost 4/5 of the total energy supply comes from fossil fuels. And we need to move from these 4/5 to 1/5 by 2050. And this is where coal comes in. It's not enough to just focus on adding new renewable energy power capacity. That's going to be insufficient. That is necessary, certainly, but that is going to be insufficient. We really need to support countries making sure that globally coal declines by 80% below 2010 levels by 2030, and that it is phased out in the rest of the world by 2040. But I'm part of a lot of these discussions, and I think it's important to stress that there are still quite a sizable share of coal-fired power plants that are economic. Even though the economics are playing out in favor of phasing out from coal, there are still many coal-fired power plants that are economic, and they incentivize these owners to run them through their life cycle. And this is particularly the case in developing countries. Just to give you a data point, in India, 83% of the coal fleet is still competitive. And the fact of the matter is also that it's a lot simpler to build new renewable energy capacity and create the jobs associated with those investments than transition away from existing coal plants and coal mines. Because we are talking about regions and communities and people that are currently reliant on these coal-fired power plants and coal mines for their livelihoods. So we really need to find the ways that while we remove the carbon component and we align with a low carbon pathway, we also strive to create new jobs and protect the communities that will be impacted from this transition. So this is where, then coming closer to your question, Glenn, and one of the fundamental questions here, we have been providing public capital, scarce public capital that is quite risk-taking and concessional and long-term over the past 12 years, precisely to provide the necessary incentives to the private sector, to the multilateral development banks, and to the governments to make different investment decisions. And instead of prioritizing fossil fuel investments, prioritize renewable energy, energy efficiency, sustainable transport investments. And now that as we are also launching a new accelerating coal transition investment program, which we have already endorsed at our board, but we hope to have it launched now at COP26, the question came back again. Based on what we have learned from 12 years of experience and really trailblazing many of the first renewable energy investments in developing countries, in many developing countries, what should the approach be now? What have we learned and what do we think the approach should be now in terms of tackling this accelerating coal transition? And our view is, and this is also why we constructed, or we put up our program, an investment program that focuses on 3 dimensions. One is governance, and this has to do with all of the regulations and the institutions and the policies that are necessary at the different levels, not just at the national level, but provincial and local level, in support. There are several regulations that need to be revised. There are new regulations that need to be put in place. There are policies to be changed. So to really support that work, also the consultations with the communities in coming up with the socioeconomic development plans for these, what tend to be quite mono-industrial regions. The second one is people and communities, quite a dedicated focus on how are we going to diversify the local economies? How are we going to protect the communities that will be impacted? How do we help them find jobs elsewhere? And then, lastly, the assets and the infrastructure side, which is of course critical as well, and looking at the decommissioning of these coal-fired power plants of the closure and of the coal mines and reclamation of this land, but also repurposing of these coal-fired power plants. Why do we need this sort of more holistic approach? Because, as I was saying, it's a lot more complex to move away from coal than invest in new renewable greenfield projects, new renewable energy greenfield projects. Just to, again, ground this a little bit, this message a little bit, we've been publishing a few case studies on South Africa and India, and we intend to expand to other countries as well. But just looking at these two countries, we really need to bear in mind that these coal industries are a really significant source of revenue to the local governments and to the local municipalities. Sometimes they are the biggest source of revenue. And we know that these revenues oftentimes are used to provide social services to the communities. They are also a significant, a really big component of these regions' GDP and a really big source of direct and indirect jobs. And also many, many businesses that are reliant on the provision of services to these industries. So there's a whole ecosystem, economic and social ecosystem that would be impacted by this transition if not managed carefully and supported. And the same thing in India. There are different nuances across regions, but it's always these issues that surface up, the interlinkages with other sectors as well, and how one must look at the supply chain and the services that are associated with these industries. So with this in mind, we think that the scarce public money that is available, and we are going to have a significant envelope of resources ourselves that some of the G7 countries have committed to our program. We think that this really scarce public money needs to be used in this agenda in a number of ways. One certainly is in support of the communities, or programs in support of the communities, or mechanisms of the governments in support of the communities, and efforts in terms of economic diversification and social protection. The second one is certainly the decommissioning and repurposing of these economic coal assets. The third is de-risking the private sector investments in the new renewable energy capacity, risks that the private sector is not well placed to bear, for example, political risk. The other one is in support of the buildup of the infrastructure that will be necessary to really dispatch all of this new renewable energy capacity, and also the strengthening of the power system so that they can take on all of this new intermittent renewable energy power into the systems. Of course, one of the areas where significant investments are needed is in storage, because those economic costs, those costs of those investments need to come down. So here's a number of ways that we think that the way we think we will be looking at the use of these really scarce public resources in support of this agenda. And what we will be continuing to do is what we have done in the past, which has proven to be quite impactful, which is use our catalytic finance and bring multiple other financiers together, the multilateral development banks, which are implementing partners, but then also the bilateral governments and others in the private sector together into really meaningfully large investment programs in these countries.
Great, thank you very much, Mafalda. I think if Alok Sharma gave us kind of a global target and reminded us of what we need to do to get there, Honorable Minister Aslam gave us a perspective of what's needed from a national point of view. I think you're bringing out the importance of, let's not forget, national, subnational, local community. This entire chain needs to be synchronized for the difficult work of transition to take place, and certainly how different that is from new investments, from greenfield investments. And it's precisely in that area, Mary, where you and your team work to make it happen. And I'd be very interested in hearing from you and keeping in mind certainly the advice that you can give to Pakistan in terms of your experience in different countries. I know that you have worked in Chile, in South Africa, in Vietnam, on different opportunities along these lines of moving from coal to clean. What are some of the lessons? What are some of the barriers that mainstream renewable power has had to overcome, and hopefully can help Pakistan avoid those barriers and make it even easier for mainstream renewable power to go into Pakistan?
Thank you, Glenn. And just before I get into answering your question, it's a great pleasure to be here today and to represent the industry in this really important discussion. The words of the COP president at the outset and of Honourable Minister Aslam, clearly show the political leadership that is required, and they both clearly refer to a focus on a time for action and not for words, and really recognise the political leadership that really is coming forward. And Mafalda's comments, it's great to be part of this conversation because we've got so many alignments and really interesting topics to discuss. So I would like to add two themes to the discussion that we're having today, and and to thank you, Glenn, and all those who've been involved in making the event happen, because it's a really good example of the multilateral approach to energy policy that really has, that really does have an impact that we see in the markets in which we're most familiar. And just by way of context about Mainstream, we were founded in 2008 and purely on a vision to electrify the world with renewable energy and to lead the transition to renewable energy. We develop utility scale onshore wind and solar projects in growth markets and offshore wind globally. In the UK, we've developed about a quarter of the UK's offshore wind projects, and we are now the largest renewable energy company in Chile, second largest in South Africa, and we're developing Southeast Asia's largest offshore wind farm off the coast of Vietnam, just by some examples of our experience. And our focus is very much to work with countries that have identified their intention to transition their energy economies away from coal to renewables, and where renewable energy can play a really significant role in the energy mix. So the first theme that I would touch on is what we see from those markets. What are the solutions that are being put in place to support the global transition? And then secondly, I would look a little bit more detail at three countries in particular, as you've mentioned, Chile, South Africa and Vietnam, which we know well, and all of which are on a road from coal to clean. So firstly, the broader picture, our experience on a daily basis is that there really is an abundance of private sector finance looking to invest in renewable energy projects in growth markets. And I say that, to give confidence to the governments and others here today that if they set an accelerated trajectory to build more renewable energy, that, companies like ours will help you to deliver those objectives and will mobilize the finance. As we have all touched on, we need to do more, and we need to do so much more. The International Renewable Energy Agency, of course, tells us that we need to quadruple the amount of renewable energy that we are currently building if we're to meet our Paris Agreement objectives. And, that's a very high bar that we need to just bear in context. As Mafalda has alluded to, in most markets today, not all, but in most, it's now as cheap, if not cheaper, to build large-scale wind and solar energy than to build new coal or gas plant. So what is needed is not necessarily further cost reduction or even more sources of capital, although the role that capital can play certainly is a crucial one, particularly to address certain risks, as Mafalda has referred to. But what I would point out as being needed most crucially is new market design, better regulation to accelerate the deployment of that capital and the construction of the new renewable energy required. Again, as has been touched on, a very clear role we would see for multilateral institutions, including the development banks, to help to develop the shaping, as they are doing, and implementation of energy market reform. And from our perspective, I would focus on 4 areas that any country wanting to accelerate its transition needs to have in place to attract investment in clean energy. Firstly, policy certainty. A rolling 10-year plan for energy procurement within it with sufficient flexibility to allow, for example, the impact of storage to enable even faster replacement of old or planned coal by new solar and or wind, or the accelerated rollout of offshore wind. Second, I would say aligned regulatory reform. Policy certainty, it's not a sufficient incentive for investment on its own if the existing power system is still shaped for the dominant players of yesterday, of the coal-based systems. Ideally, the management of the grid needs to be separated out from the old generation utility so that all generators can compete equally for access. Alongside this, measures to make it easier for consumers, particularly large industrial consumers, to procure power directly from new generators or to generate their own power. And added to this, balanced and stable offtake arrangements capable of attracting international project finance and planning frameworks to enable projects to be developed with clear visibility and with a clear timeline. Thirdly, then, planning for the future electrification and further electrification of society. Replacing fossil fuel with clean energy is only the first step in the transition. And in this area, there is a very clear role for the DFIs here as well, to work with governments now on planning how to transition to electrify towns and cities, heating and cooling and transport. And there are real long-term economic benefits here. We can see, for example, in Chile, then that a country that is planning to develop a whole new sector of its economy based around its reserves of lithium and its ability to generate really cheap renewable energy to manufacture green ammonia and hydrogen. Similarly, I'd point to Vietnam, which has announced its intention to be a manufacturing hub for the 4th industrial revolution and is working on reforming its laws to enable direct offtake of renewable power by large industrial consumers. And then bringing my remarks back to the UK context, the partnership between government and industry is a crucial one that can unlock really significant potential. And here I'd point to the example of the UK's offshore wind sector. In 2012, the UK government issued quite a bold challenge to the UK's offshore wind sector, which was, if you, the industry, reduce the LCOE of your power to under £100 per megawatt hour by 2020, at which price point it would compete with new nuclear, then we as government will procure large amounts of new offshore wind. Industry and government came together then in a very practical and open forum, and that was a critical development to identify and remove barriers to investment in offshore wind together. The finance, the energy, the industry and planning ministries joined with developers, with turbine manufacturers, with the supply chain, and planned how to build a wholly new industry. And it really worked. This joined up policy had 3 effects. It allowed industry to invest in new turbine designs and other measures to reduce the cost of generation. It allowed developers to innovate further around the construction and operation of sites, put that development capital at risk, knowing that if they got it right, that the market would open up further. And it gave government confidence that they could procure large amounts of low-cost renewable energy and get investment in a wholly new sector of the economy, with all the other jobs and benefits that flow from it. And the results really spoke for themselves. That bold target was exceeded much more rapidly than what was anticipated at the outset. When the government ran its next tender round in 2017, the prices bid were in the range of £60 per megawatt hour, and then fell even further in the next auction in 2019 down to £39, which was just on the market price for electricity. So very, very rapid deployment and development of a whole new sector at the time. And this then enabled the government to materially increase its medium-term target for new offshore wind. And it really speaks to an obvious truth that the best way to get low-cost, large-scale renewables investment, with all the jobs and the local content and the supply chain that then would come with it, government and industry coming together to working on a plan with a very solid look ahead over at least 10 years, and all parts of government, particularly, of course, the finance ministry, need to be involved. So going back to another topic, Glenn, that you had asked me about in your remarks, I'll just take the example of 3 countries that we know well, where each has embarked on a very clear trajectory from coal to clean, being Chile, South Africa, and Vietnam.
Mary, if you could focus on maybe just one country, that would be great, so that we are now with a bit of a time constraint. So thank you.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Well, I'll just focus on Chile then, because when we entered the market back in 2008, 2009, there really was no renewable energy sector there. Chile has an open, unsubsidized market for electricity. The regulator issues calls for new power capacity on a technology neutral basis. And before 2014, the Chilean grid was dominated by coal and hydropower. It had some of the highest electricity prices in the OECD. And the government's focus was on market reform, which enables the inclusion of wind and solar power into the annual procurement rounds. So there was a clear visibility on that route to market. And since 2014, then, as the sector has evolved, the power price has fallen at every auction, and coal really has been pushed off the system by cheap and abundant wind and solar power. And what we see today is that the country has now brought forward the date that it plans to become coal-free from 2040 right back to 2025. So it's really there, I've summed up in a few words, quite a remarkable journey and a very remarkable transition, and again, an accelerated transition that exceeded expectations. So in the interest of time, Glenn, I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much, Mary, and for adding so much granularity to our understanding of some of the experiences that Mainstream has had, certainly. I'd like to end with a very quick question to the 3 of you. I know that Honorable Minister maybe was having trouble with his connection, but to the 3 of you, what would you see as a successful COP26? And Mafalda, if you could perhaps kick us off, maybe in just 30 seconds or so, what would be good signals coming out of COP26?
I mean, I think the COP president alluded to it. I think certainly, the economies from a developing country's perspective, the large developing countries that have quite a significant coal, that coal is very significant in their energy mix, coming out with what Mary was talking about, with clear signals to the markets, to globally, that regarding their commitment to transition away from fossil fuel and embark on significant investments in renewable energy, backed by support from the international community to really help them, withstand the costs that are associated with that pathway. But I think we are on track, and we hope to be contributing to this with our new program as well, of countries coming forward, developing countries and developed countries, and making bold commitments that signal the energy transition their countries are going to be embarking on.
Thank you, Mafalda. Mary, when you think of it from the private sector, what would be a good outcome?
Yeah, definitely the clear commitments and the clear pathways. And if I were to again go back to COP President Sharma's comments at the outset, the focus now to turn from words to action, and the very clear path to the transition away from coal, the no new coal, the very clear frameworks for the development of renewable energy sector, because capital will follow. And if I could then just, I suppose, rephrase his words, the focus on it's the time now to focus on actions and not just words.
Thank you very much, Mary. Thank you, Mafalda, and thank you to the Honorable Minister Aslam for your wise words, guidance, perspective. I think it's extremely important to keep these three stakeholders continuously involved and reminding us of what the challenges are. COP26 President-designate challenged us to consign coal to history. We know that it's difficult to get off that pathway from what Minister Aslam was telling us, but there are mechanisms that are in place. We do have some experience with other countries of what's needed and how much more difficult it is to transition than to introduce greenfield investments. And as Mary said at the end, private capital will follow. There's abundance of private investment that's just waiting for serious commitments and serious signals by the countries. So with that, I'd like to end this session. It's been very nice. I enjoyed it very much. And please tune in to next week's high-level dialogue on energy, as well as COP26 in Glasgow. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us in this session on upscaling renewable energy with a special focus on offshore wind and green hydrogen. My name is Elizabeth Press, and I'm the Director of Planning and Program Support at IRENA. It is my immense pleasure to welcome you here. I know that some of you watched the Energy Day for the last few sessions, and I hope you enjoyed it. I promise you a very exciting conversation in this particular session. And also we're going to be making some interesting announcements that you might wish to wait for in a short time. So now, we're going to talk about renewables, obviously, and when people talk about renewables, we always think about electricity, and we always think about how much has happened in the last 10 years, in the last decade. And what we're going to do today, we're going to move ourselves outside of that frame. So one, we're going to have the speakers who actually have been deeply engaged in these issues for a long time and have a great experience and can give us insights on what they see, where we are going, but also stretch the boundaries on it all and see how we can move beyond electricity and really start tackling the end use the sectors that like transport, like buildings, like industry, like shipping, which are really the next frontier in the decarbonization agenda. So I was reading the biographies of our speakers, and I was really stunned to see that many of them have been in this sector for like 20 years. And to full disclosure, I started working in renewables 10 years ago, and I thought I was a pioneer. And so I really am humbled to have this incredible asset with us today. And I will introduce them in order of speaking, and I will start with Ben, Mr. Ben Backwell, who is a very good friend of our institution as well, and a close collaborator for quite a few years now. He is the Chief Executive Officer of the Global Wind Energy Council, and has been working in the sector for a very long time in different functions. And that his strengths are really to work with renewable energy companies on strategy, financial, and corporate aspects from all angles. So we have Mr. Alvaro Martinez Palacios, who is a director of global offshore business of Iberdrola. Again, a great expert on wind. And he has worked on these issues before it was popular. Now everybody is getting very excited about offshore wind, but Alvaro has been working on this and like 2007 or something, a very, very long time. So Alvaro is in charge of the global offshore wind business in Iberdrola, leading the growth strategy and looking to maximize asset profitability. So we will be very keen to hear how do you advance this clean agenda and make money in the process. We have with us Johanna Christensen, who is coming from a little bit of a different angle. She is the Chief Executive Officer of the Global Maritime Forum. And she did it as an international non-for-profit organization committed to shaping the future of global seaborne trade to include sustainable long-term economic development and human well-being. And Johanna will bring this interesting angle from the sectoral perspective and share with us some of the developments in that space. We also have Dr. Jürgen Sattler with us. He will be a few minutes late, as all of us. We have these back-to-back meetings, and he's just running a little bit late. He is the Director General for International Development Policy in the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. He also covers issues related to 2030 agenda, climate and ministry, and has a long experience with the World Bank, IMF, WTO, and other international entities. So we will also have a couple of video messages, including from the Chilean minister and the CEO of the Chief Executive Officer of SNAM, but I will talk about that later on. So let me just go straight into this discussion and ask Ben. Ben, I will ask all of you the same question, really. So looking ahead, like just 2 years, we often talk about 2050, but let us kind of shrink it down to 2 years. What will have been the most consequential impact of your current strategy, of your current focus in your agenda? Ben.
Well, thanks very much, Elizabeth, and good afternoon to everyone. I mean, I think we have to start with COP26 and really establishing the Paris compliant nationally determined contributions, and really kind of establishing a global kind of baseline for where countries are heading. And if COP goes the way that it needs to, and the world kind of expects it to, I think that establishes a kind of a new baseline, which is then establishes kind of how do we do this. And as you've seen, I mean, the IRENA World Energy Transitions Outlook and also the IEA Net Zero report, both of them establish that there needs to be an extremely rapid scale up of renewables, both to replace existing power generation capacity from fossil, but also something like a doubling of electricity production to meet new demand through electrification as well, and that needs to ramp up very, very quickly. So, I mean, we would like to see a situation where really for the next 2 or 3 years, policy environments kind of ramp up to that new scenario, and are very much based around making progress by 2030 and not by 2050. Now, for us, that implies something like a 3 to 4 times increase in annual additions by the wind industry every year in order to get to this kind of 8 terawatts of power that the reports anticipate. There's huge challenges ahead to do that, not least from planning regimes, lack of grid, market design, and all these things. But we're quite confident that we can do this as more countries adopt wind and newer technologies like offshore wind and floating offshore start to globalize and scale up exponentially. And I wanted to mention as an example the Offshore Wind Energy Compact, which has been signed by IRENA and the Global Wind Energy Council and was submitted to the UN High-Level Dialogue on Energy. And that sets out targets to scale up offshore wind from the current 35 gigawatts to something like 380 gigawatts by 2030, and then to 2,000 gigawatts by 2050. And we think this is doable. But we would certainly expect over the next 2 years to see the kind of frameworks and the ambitions really set out more clearly. So I think, for us, it's kind of establishing the baseline and saying, okay, this is the task ahead of us, getting everyone on the same page, and then saying, let's go for this. So I think I'll just end there, but I think it's about establishing the challenge and everyone being on the same page about the challenge, first of all.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. And then this is like a perfect setting to get Alvaro into this conversation, because Alvaro, this is what your daily bread. I mean, you actually have to do what we're talking about. So can you reflect on what is it that you're going to be doing in the next couple of years to bring this to fruition?
Yeah, thank you very much, Elizabeth. Hello, everyone. So I think just to put into background what has happened in the last years in the energy and renewable sector has been amazing. Yeah. So we have been consolidating efficient renewables technology as alternative to traditional generation, and wind and solar have experienced a huge technological development with a dramatic increase in efficiency, reducing the levelized cost of energy. So in the last years, what we have seen is that these technologies have moved from markets with relatively high feed-in tariff schemes, and they are now moving towards zero subsidy regimes, which with most of the capacity being awarded through competitive auctions. So that's showing how competitive these technologies are becoming. Yeah, and talking specifically about offshore wind, it has stepped as one of the most efficient technologies and has become instrumental to many countries, for example, to UK, Germany, and other countries, to achieve the renewables objectives. So in terms of what we are doing in Iberdrola and we are doing in the next years, we have set a quite ambitious strategic plan. So our plan is to double our installed capacity in renewables in the next 5 years. So we are moving from 30 gigawatts to 60 gigawatts. And we are planning to end up 2030 with more than 90 gigawatts. So it's a quite ambitious plan that we are delivering. And in the next 2 years, we will start delivering the first part of this plan and setting the basis to complete the plan beyond 2025 towards 2030. So specifically, things that we'll see in the next years, and what is quite recent, we are going to build the first large-scale commercial offshore wind farm in the States, which is Vineyard Wind. It's a huge milestone for the US market in offshore wind, which is going to be where we are going to have a huge potential of development. We are going to build our first hydrogen plant, 20 megawatts in Spain. And of course, we are going to consolidate a huge pipeline in offshore wind to deliver our targets. So plenty of things going and many things happening in the next 2 years in Iberdrola and in the offshore business.
Yeah, wonderful. So I'm going to go to Johanna, but I just want to place a question for both of you. So both of you talked about how many gigawatts. I mean, Ben set the target for 2030 and Alvaro spoke about what they're doing. But for some, for gigawatts really don't speak anything to people who are not experts on technology. So can you think about how we can contextualize it a little bit more, what it means in practical terms? What is the gigawatt and how we translate to people who don't understand what it means? And second thing, which was also me until recently, and the second thing, if you can reflect a little bit of what, how can we actually make this a global endeavor rather than just limited to few pockets of countries that we see progressive right now. So Johanna, let me go to you, because you come from the sectoral perspective, which is a totally different way of looking at these things, because for you it's a super big challenge. So can you reflect on what is it that you're seeing in transport, but also in the broader end use?
Yeah, sure. And maybe I can give a tiny little bit of background on shipping and why it matters in this context. So I come from the Global Maritime Forum, and so that's obviously my angle is on the shipping sector primarily. And shipping for a long time as a sector was seen as a dirty and hard to abate sector. But I think that over the past few years, that's beginning to change, and that's for good reason. So in 2018, the international regulatory body for the shipping sector, the IMO, adopted its initial greenhouse gas strategy. And that sets a target for the reductions of the absolute reduction of emissions from shipping at about 50% by 2050. And of course, compared to other sectors, and especially to the discussions leading up to COP26, that might not sound very ambitious, but at the time it was really a game changer. In 2019, almost 2 years ago to the date, we worked with a group of leading companies from across the maritime value chain to launch something called the Getting to Zero Coalition. It's an industry-led global alliance that we founded together with the World Economic Forum, who are a partner on today's session, and Friends of Ocean Action. And the ambition of the Getting to Zero Coalition is to have zero-emission vessels operating on the deep seas by 2030. And for zero-emission ships to be the dominant competitive choice within this decade, so by 2030. So what does that mean for renewable energy and for this discussion here today? Well, this will obviously require the deployment of a significant number of ships capable of running on zero-emission fuels. And earlier in this year, we had a study done, an analysis that suggested that zero-emission fuels need to make up about 5% of international shipping fuel mix by 2030 to enable a decarbonization in line with the Paris goals. To achieve this 5% goal, and I'm going to give you a few numbers, but that's just to get to that end conclusion. We would need to replace about 60 million tons of the marine fuel oil that is used today with hydrogen-derived fuels. And so in most studies for shipping, ammonia comes out as the most cost-competitive hydrogen-based fuel. But sustainable biofuels and synthetic methanol and other fuels could potentially make up a part of that mix, but the vast majority would likely be a hydrogen-derived fuel. So assuming this hydrogen-based fuel is ammonia, to produce this would require roughly 60 gigawatts of green hydrogen electrolyzer capacity. And so in the context of the sorts of numbers that Ben was throwing around, and to some degrees Alvaro as well, that might not be that much, but it's still quite a bit. And when one then looks at what is needed in the following decade, we need substantially more. And that's just to power shipping, right? So I guess for me, one of the questions here today is, or maybe a challenge, is whether it will be possible to supply enough hydrogen-derived fuels for international shipping to enable first that 5%, but then the 20, 30, 40, and up to 100% that we need over the coming decades.
Yeah, thanks, Johanna. And actually, the numbers are a little bit scary as well. So if I can just pose a question for you to when we come to the second round, do you think that you have the ingredients to actually make this happen? Do you think there's enough companies and enough momentum in countries to actually make this happen in time for 2030? And if not, what can we do to make it bigger and better? So let me go back to Ben. Ben, 350, 2030, what does this mean?
Yeah, so I mean, in terms of kind of, trying to make this a little bit more kind of real and down to earth. So if you look at where we are right now, this 35 gigawatt of capacity that we have installed globally on offshore wind, that helps the world avoid 62.5 million tons of CO2 emissions, which is the equivalent of taking something like 20 million cars off the road. And it also provides 700,000 jobs already around the planet, even though it's only less than 1% of global electricity capacity. So really the capacity of the sector as it scales up to provide economic benefits, to provide reskilling and jobs and all those things, I think is only just now starting to be understood. And we are quite confident that if we scale up to the kind of levels that we're talking about in our UN compact and what's in the World Energy Transition Outlook, we're talking about several million jobs by the time we get to 2030. I mean, in terms of, can we supply what big industries like the shipping industry requires in terms of hydrogen? Right now, no, we can't. But what we are seeing is that our members are being incredibly proactive in terms of creating projects, trying to establish use cases and proof of concept. And we can see this everywhere we look. What we do need to do is scale up now quite quickly. And I mean, it was very heartening to hear from Alvaro what Iberdrola is doing, for instance, with its hydrogen project. We're seeing lots of these projects now. In terms of frameworks, are they enough? I mean, I think it's something good to discuss. My opinion is probably not by 2030. And if you look again, going back to Irina's approach, it's very much about scaling up the electricity, renewable electricity supply in this decade, phasing out coal, really reaching this kind of critical mass around decarbonizing the electricity system. And then I think from 2030, the next decade has got to be about full decarbonization of these other harder to abate sectors.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. And you brought in a very important subject of jobs, and it is really a critical discussion if we are really are going to move this transition, because understanding the footprint will be absolutely critical. And the footprint is overall positive because Arena estimates that by 2050, we would have 122 million jobs if we follow this ambitious path, compared to under 60 million today. So it's more than double. But to manage it at the individual level as well, because these are families, these are people who are going to be affected by transition, really having a thought through process is super important. This is where just transition comes into play. So Alvaro, and it kind of links to the question that I asked before I turned to Johanna, is the geography of this. How do you see, from your company's perspective, how do you see the advancing this in different geographies and really diversifying the number of countries that actually can benefit from this progress?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a significant change that has happened in the industry, and Ben knows it very well. Especially when you look at offshore wind. When we were talking 10 years ago, this was a business that was mainly focused in Northern Europe. It's specific areas in North Sea, Irish Sea, Baltic Sea, dedicated of specific companies operating there. And this is one of the big changes that have happened in the last 5 years. So now offshore wind is becoming global. We are developing projects as Iberdrola, of course, in Europe, in UK, Germany, France, Poland, many countries in Europe. We jumped into the US 5 years ago, and we are about to start building the first offshore wind project in the US. And that brings together all the supply chain, all the jobs, all the green energy for homes. As a reference, every wind farm, the last wind farm we built and commissioned in the UK, East Anglia 1, is able to supply green electricity to more than 600,000 homes in the UK. So if you look at that scale and how much we pool all the supply chain, so every wind farm is involving high-tech supply chain, high-tech jobs. That's a fantastic plan going forward. Now we are jumping also into Asia Pacific. We know there is going to be a huge growth in offshore wind, huge potential in that area. So we're getting involved in Japan, Taiwan, and all that will create thousands of jobs, thousands of companies supplying high-tech technology, high-tech jobs, high qualified employees. And in terms of what improvements we can do. You've said, Elizabeth, what we need, and I think there are a lot of interest in offshore wind from developers, from utilities, from suppliers. They are coming with us, and we welcome all of them. Probably what we need is to accelerate, to get the support to accelerate the consenting process, to find the right grid integration in the areas we're operating it. And we need that support to make this fantastic story happen, because we are all committed. We are all supporting this, and we need the different governments to support us in delivering this huge scale renewable energy projects.
Yeah, thank you, Alvaro. And it is actually linked to what Johanna raised initially, and it's that do we have? I actually want to ask you another question, Johanna. In addition to what I mentioned, do you think that you have a critical mass to make this change? But also, what do you see to be the key drivers for companies? Because you work with companies, and obviously, that there is a recognition of climate imperative, but there has to be a business case for these things. So in order to work, so can you reflect a little bit on number one, whether you have the critical mass, and number two, around the business case of this change?
Yeah, maybe let me start with the second question, because that's a really good one. So I think there is a climate imperative. I think that's well recognized in the shipping sector as well. Certainly the strategy adopted by the IMO in 2018, even though it's not fully Paris aligned, it played a huge role in that and really sort of unlocked conversations across the sector on what is needed. But I think there are other factors as well, and really important levers. So we've been working with financial institutions, banks that lend to shipping, on a framework called the Poseidon Principles that allows them to assess whether their lending to the shipping sector is climate aligned, and so the role of financial institutions, of finance, is incredibly, and investors is incredibly important. The role of customers is incredibly important. More and more users of shipping services are, be that for container shipping, so your Unilevers, IKEAs, and others are setting targets for their emissions, including emissions in their supply chain. The same is true for many other sectors, be that in mining, in agricultural trade, even in oil and gas, frankly, right? So all of those are setting targets for their emissions reductions across their supply chains, and that has acts as a driver for the uptake of first of efficiency solutions in the sector, but now really as those begin to get maxed out, really thinking about and going sort of all in on the zero emission solutions for the sector. And in terms of, do we have critical mass? I think it's too early to say. Certainly we have over 150 companies involved in the Getting to Zero Coalition. They're all parts of the maritime value chain, everything from shipping companies, ship owners and operators, engine manufacturers, shipyards, the customers, the banks, the insurance companies, the entire sort of maritime ecosystem, and it's supported by a pretty wide array of governments as well. So I think for me that signals that there is an appetite. They're all signed up to this ambition of zero emission vessels operating on a commercial basis on the deep seas by 2030. So that's the collective goal. So for me that sort of signals the willingness and the intent. I think it's also, I guess there is still that question mark though, will fuels, it comes up in almost every conversation that we have with the CEO of a shipping company, is like, will the fuels be available? And it's, it's a little anxiety laden, right? Because right now, will the technologies work? We don't have that sort of, the technologies haven't been demonstrated at industrial scale. So that's, and I can come back to that at a later stage, but that's a necessary part of that as well. But primarily also, will the fuels be available at the scale that we need?
Yeah, thank you, Hannah. It's very, very interesting what you're talking about. And sometimes it's not the subject of this discussion, but I often think, what is the narrative that we actually have to develop as well around the recognition of what is actually happening and how we can change the mindsets that we have a greater acceptance that the solutions exist and that we can accelerate them. but we really need more people to be part of the believers group and move this forward. So we have a Dr. Zattler. He joined us. A very warm welcome to you. Very nice to see you again. Yesterday we saw one another in person, which was a great pleasure and a treat after a year and a half of confinement. So we had a very interesting exchange with the panel with Ben, Alvaro, and Johanna, largely reflecting of what we see as a key movements at present that need to happen next. They need to accelerate next couple of years and make a change by 2030. So before we go deeper in the hydrogen discussion, which is the second part of our session, if you can just reflect a little bit from a government perspective, and especially from your perspective as a development ministry, if you can reflect a little bit on how do you see this shift to renewables-based systems, and what can we do to move things faster?
Thanks a lot, and good to see you again, and thanks for having me. Yes, I mean, we all know that renewables have become competitive, and we have also seen a huge increase in the energy generation by renewables to some more than 250 gigawatt aggregated in 2020. However, we can also see that the share of fossil fuels in the final energy demand has barely changed over the last decade. And so we are confronted with a number of problems. And that's the reason, and only if we overcome those problems, we can really make this step change we all want and need to see. And you all know that those obstacles, so they have to do with a lack of integration of renewables into the energy system, some financing problems, we still have storage problems, and we have problems with the regulatory frameworks. So I think we also share the view that the transformation has to be driven by private investments. So regulatory frameworks there are key. When you ask me what I would like to see in the next years, I think at least, and we have discussed it a little bit yesterday, I would like to see a few champions in the developing world, countries who really get their liaise and partner with rich countries to do this transformation and to address those obstacles I just mentioned. The transformation has to be smoothed, and by financing and by helping, we can smooth this transformation. So I want to see a few champions and to address those issues. And perhaps most important is the regulatory framework. There we are working with the IMF, with the World Bank, with you, with others, to improve the macroeconomic, the fiscal framework. You know about the fossil fuel subsidies. It's really incredible what we still can see in terms of the size of fossil fuel subsidies in this world, which should transform. But also the lack of carbon pricing. So we have to act on this macroeconomic and fiscal level. I think that's most important. And there we are ready to help countries and to accompany them, to compact with them in order to bring about this transformation. And of course, it's not only about the energy sectors, it's also, as has been said, about other sectors, industrial sectors, like, for example, maritime shipping, steel industry, chemistry sector and all that. And that's more difficult. And there we need a lot of things, but we also need hydrogen. And that's the next session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jürgen. And I think you were not with us in the beginning, but I think your intervention is the music to Ben's and Alvaro's ears, because they're actually talking about the importance of enabling frameworks and having the right fiscal regime in place in order to basically compete on equal footing. I mean, that's what it is. And because the business case of renewables is strong, but it's not every place in the world that we have what we need. So you already mentioned hydrogen, and everybody touched upon it because it really is a policy focus on hydrogen is great, and there are good reasons for it. And the reasons we all know, the technical reasons that we need hydrogen as an energy carrier. We need it as a help to balance the system, for system flexibility. There are many uses in end use sectors, which was frankly 2-3 years ago, the conversation we were having around the end uses was a little bit more desperate than today. I mean, we're today talking about how to upscale solutions. You know, a few years back, we had very different conversations. So it is a promising step. So I would like us to have the first round of exchange on hydrogen, and then I will ask my team to please line up the intervention from the minister from Chile after the first round of intervention from the participants to hear also his remark regarding green hydrogen. But let me go back to Ben. Ben, you come from the industry association and looking, you know, from one sector. How did this policy focus on hydrogen impact your plans and what you see as possible in the coming years?
I mean, first of all, it's important to acknowledge everybody wants to talk about hydrogen now, and pretty much all of our companies have some kind of hydrogen pilot project, or some plans to get into hydrogen and start exploring what the possibilities are. And it's quite interesting. I mean, even the local port where GWEC has its UK headquarters, the CEO there is developing a small hydrogen project, trying to put in some wind turbines, and wants to establish a use case for his forklift trucks, and then eventually for heavy goods vehicles around the port. Which will also address local concerns around air quality and emissions. So it's happening really organically on many levels, which I think is great. I mean, obviously the match between offshore wind particularly, but wind in general, and hydrogen is a good one. It's high capacity factors, gigawatt scale projects, and we think as a sector that it gives us some flexibility and some kind of added kind of economic value and possibilities around curtailment and being able to use the power we produce in a really kind of optimum way and deal with different market and price fluctuations. So we're quite excited about it. Having said that, I think many people don't understand that you need electricity for hydrogen, and that if you don't have green electricity, then you're not having any impact on emissions at all. So I think that needs to be really clearly pointed out. And I mean, really, with an institutional hat on, we want to very clearly delineate the distinction around green hydrogen. We don't want to see this being used as a transition mechanism to keep fossil fuels on the system, with the argument that we need a kind of very long transition where we need to scale up grey hydrogen first. And we've heard these kind of arguments. I mean, really for us, this is something that right from the get-go needs to be set up as green hydrogen and within the wider context of emissions reduction. But we're excited about it, and most of our companies are doing things, have written white papers, are taking part in different platforms. But I think, as Johanna said, I mean, what's going to be really exciting is the scaling up and the establishing of the use cases and the real industrialization of the technology. And it's almost like we have to kind of feel our way through this next period to get to that stage, and making lots of partnerships and being really collaborative. And one of the things we're doing ahead of COP is we're having conversations with all the main kind of sectors, people like Johanna's organization, the chemicals people, the steel people, and really trying to start sketching out, okay, how can we cooperate? How best can we scale up to fit your end use case? And I think if we do that from the beginning and collaborate, then we'll build this green hydrogen industry really much quicker than people can imagine.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ben. And I think you raised a really critical issue of the color of hydrogen, because not all colors are equal. So, and our session, we are focused on the green hydrogen because that is the future. And whatever is happening at the moment, it is absolutely critical to keep focus on upscaling and preparing the system for green hydrogen. And oftentimes it's really important to remind ourselves that we are not kind of adjusting of what we have. We're creating a new system, and the new system has new elements, and it's a puzzle that has to come together. That technology part of it is super important, and probably the one that moves the fastest. But everything else has to come along, which is the infrastructure that has to be in place. And in the opening session, Director General reflected on that. Because really, if we don't have the right infrastructure in place, it's going to be very hard to achieve what is really possible with renewables. But you need this infrastructure, you need a market design that allows for this move, and you need to recognize that you are changing the system. You're not fiddling with the old one and trying to make small adjustments for the future. So Alvaro, I know you're focusing on offshore wind, but you mentioned also that the focus of Iberdrola on hydrogen, and you are focusing on green hydrogen, no? That's the focus of your company.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think just to start, in order to achieve the ambitious targets we want to achieve, and we need to achieve, or we must achieve to reduce emissions, we are all clear that we need all technologies and all efforts to be involved and achieve those. And I think from the renewable side, we have this resource, we have the technology, which we have proven to be efficient and is in the right track to be more efficient in the past years, in the following years. And it's clear that Iberdrola believes that the key way to achieve those targets to reduce emissions is to electrify a significant part of the energy demand. We know that that's possible. We also acknowledge that some users may have issues to be electrified. So I think green hydrogen is going to play a relevant part to achieve those targets. And that's what we are doing from Iberdrola. We are fully involved in green hydrogen development. I think when we started, I recall when we were starting before the year 2000 in onshore wind in Iberdrola's utility, were somehow like crazy guys. No other utility was doing that. And we will look like strange people getting involved in a strange market. And maybe hydrogen is there, and we believe we need to develop hydrogen. So we are fully involved in that. We have adhered to the green hydrogen compact catalog. We have submitted our proposal there, and it consists on very specific and tangible targets. So we plan to develop 600 megawatts of green hydrogen from now till 2025. We are getting involved, and we have signed up to the coalition of Green Hydrogen Catapult. The target of this initiative is to reduce the cost of green hydrogen significantly, down to $2 per kilogram. That's less than half of the current price, so it's a big challenge, but we believe it's doable. And for that, as we were discussing before, we need to develop the critical mass. So the purpose of this coalition is to develop 25 gigawatts being operational in the world by 2026. It's going to be a huge target, and we believe it's possible. And at the same time, we're also involved in the supply chain. We need to develop suppliers, installation companies on that. So we are helping through different agreements with supplier companies to help them to build the technology, to scale up, and to generate the critical mass also in the supply chain.
And thank you, Alvaro. And Johanna, I mean, you're hearing all these plans, and you said your concern is whether there's going to be enough supply. And do you work with companies like Alvaro's company, like Iberdrola or Viban, to see how we can actually have a common agenda as we try to shape this hydrogen economy?
Yeah, we do. So, unfortunately, Iberdrola is not yet a member of the Getting to Zero coalition, but Engie and Ørsted are. So perhaps in future, Iberdrola as well. And I think the very good point that Ben made, this is going to require collaboration and collaboration at scale, right? So a key component that we see and a key element to achieve scale, to bring down costs, to minimize risks, et cetera, is really this drive towards industrial scale demonstration projects that involve the full value chain. And they will demonstrate that zero emission shipping is sort of viable at scale, and again, it will bring down costs and really help drive forward the sort of the uptake of zero emission fuels. And this will of course require collaboration between the shipping sector, between investors, between energy companies, et cetera. So I hope that there will be scope to work with many of Ben's members and down the line. And it's urgent, right? So I'm glad we already have some collaborations underway. Many projects are already underway at the sort of concept study level, but of course that needs to progress quickly. In order for us to reach these urgent targets that we have, whether it be for 2030, 35, 40, et cetera, right?
Yeah, thank you, Hannah. It's a really super important point, and we understand very well what needs to happen. We have a lot of studies, a lot of plans and scenarios that show us where to go. But really, it is important to break it down to next steps and what needs to happen. And I think this is the process of the high-level dialogue that we have been we've been working on for a few months now, together with our colleagues from Denmark and other champion countries, and Germany being a true champion in this context as well, has been very, very important and insightful in many ways, because you always, more stakeholders you have to get in one place, better you understand where the possibilities are, and also where the gaps are. And Jürgen, if I can ask you to elaborate a little bit, to speak to us a little bit about why, first of all, why did you want to be energy transition champion #1, and how you're supporting the green hydrogen compact that Alvaro was talking about. So if you can reflect a little bit on your motivation as a country to be part of this effort and to drive action in the coming years. Jürgen, over to you.
So your first question, why do we want to work with countries? One point is, and you know better than I do, that solutions are on a country level. There is no blueprint for all the countries. So we have to see where the country stands, and then see the energy mix and their situation in terms of carbon emissions. And then we have to have a strategy to decarbonize. And there we are ready to work with countries to see what that strategy could look like. And of course, part of the story is then that we would also be ready to support. And there, I think it's important to have also an idea or projection on what the future will look like. So, and that's a little bit subjective. Some countries are very defensive, saying, oh, it's terrible and it costs us billions and billions of dollars. But you can also look at it in another way. You can seize the opportunities and say, okay, if I move now, it will get me an advantage than a late mover. Because anyway, that's the future. And I think we want to have ownership. There's no way forcing countries to go that way. So therefore, we want to work with countries, with champions. We're also ready to talk with all the countries, but I think that's that's the first question. And the second one, hydrogen. Yes, I mean, we all know that, and this has been said, that hydrogen has to be part of the story because of the industrial sectors and all that. We also know that hydrogen is not efficient at the moment. So we have to develop that market and that technology. And to our point of view, the developing countries are part of the story, because it's a kind of win-win. industrialized countries cannot produce all the renewable energy needed for green hydrogen. And also the developing countries need income. They are now a big producer of fossil fuel and exporting it. So they should also be a part of the future scenario, providing hydrogen and on the basis of renewables, which comes with many challenges, of course. I don't want to go into the details of the challenges now. We have to address this very carefully. National strategies, because, for example, we don't want to kind of crowd out renewables for hydrogen when renewables are also needed for the national development. Perhaps let me stop here.
Yeah, thank you very much. And you know, one of the interesting things that I just think, as you were talking, and I was thinking, you know, in 2021, and IRENA was created in 2011, so it's really a decade since IRENA was created, and I feel it's like it's 100 years ago, and we now have almost 170 full members, and that reflects, number one, the recognition that renewables. We started with about 60 countries, and now 10 years ago, and now you have almost tripled the number. It's a recognition that countries recognize the potential. And also a recognition that everybody has some sort of renewables, and it's the question of finding a way of harnessing it, and you know, what sort of infrastructure you need to benefit from the indigenous resources, and also from a cross-border cooperation and the possibilities for export. And the hydrogen is adding another layer that is very helpful in advancing the energy transition, but also benefiting at the larger level, socioeconomic level. So very good points, Jürgen, on that side. And as I asked my team, if we can please hear from the minister from Chile. So his address is around 4 minutes, and it's His Excellency Juan Carlos Jobert, Minister of Energy. And Chile is one of the champion countries that is advancing its hydrogen strategy very ambitiously. So can we please hear the minister's intervention? Thank you very much.
First of all, let me thank Denmark, IRENA, the UNEP, and the World Economic Forum for inviting us to be part of this exciting high-level panel. Chile is proud to be part of this event ahead of the 2021 UN High-Level Dialogue on Energy later this month. As you know, Chile is one of the global champions of the dialogue on theme number 2, energy transition. We are honored to take part in this important event, the first inclusive global gathering on energy under the auspices of the General Assembly since 1981. Chile, a small and distant developing country, has a concrete and robust action plan to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. We are pursuing this through concrete actions in different areas, fulfilling our pledge to close all coal power plants by 2040, implementing a new energy efficiency law, aiming for 100% electric urban public transport by 2035, increasing the production and use of green hydrogen and its derivatives, establishing a framework law on climate change, among other things. Today, we're going to talk briefly about what we're doing on renewables and green hydrogen, two essential pieces of our energy transition, the backbone of our carbon neutrality plan. On renewables, we are taking advantage of our unmatched natural resources to build power generation based on wind and solar. Just to give you a sense of how quickly we're moving, this year alone, we will double our wind and solar capacity. And we just closed a successful tender process for long-term supply contracts with prices as low as $13 per megawatt hour and an average price of under $24. We're doing this without subsidies. This is a clear example of how renewables not only help the environment, but also improve the quality of life of our people and make our economy more competitive. On green hydrogen, Last year, we launched our national green hydrogen strategy. It is an ambitious and concrete plan. First, we will use green hydrogen and its derivatives to decarbonize some key hard-to-abate sectors of our economy that will contribute with over 20% of our emissions reduction targets by 2050. Secondly, we will export clean energy to the world in the form of green hydrogen, green ammonia, and synthetic fuels. To make this happen, we have ambitious goals, among them producing the cheapest green hydrogen on the planet by 2030, being one of the top 3 exporters by 2040, and having over 5 gigawatts of electrolysis capacity under development by 2025. And we're making good progress. Last November, we had 20 green hydrogen projects in different stages of development. Now, less than a year later, we have already tripled that number with more than 60 projects. Our strategy is built on 8 pillars: setting a clear vision and concrete targets to align stakeholders, developing clear and stable regulations, fostering coordination and alliances to reduce market failures, developing the value chains to pursue added value, putting in place incentives and financing to bridge cost gaps, developing adequate port, electrical, and distribution infrastructure, promoting R&D to unlock markets and increase competition, and developing local talent and technical capabilities. We are doing our homework, but we need partners, investors, producers, off-takers, electricity providers, engineering, construction, and technology firms. We cannot do this by ourselves. That is one of the reasons why we're so actively taking part in international collaboration. For us, it is a great honor to co-lead, together with Denmark and Germany, the Green Hydrogen Compact Catalog Initiative, whose objective is to consolidate all those energy compacts linked to the development of the green hydrogen industry and its value chain. The partners of this catalog intend to highlight the complexity and need for collective action from a variety of stakeholders. Because we recognize that climate change cannot be met with the actions of one country, organization, or individual alone, we see this as a great opportunity to learn, share our good practices, to be involved, to collaborate, to collectively achieve the development of the green hydrogen industry, and with it, the transition to clean energy. We invite all member countries to join us in this challenge and to design and implement concrete actions that will accelerate the clean energy transition in this, a crucial year for energy action. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for this intervention. Let me quickly go back to Jürgen. So you, together with Denmark and Chile, are countries behind this green hydrogen catalog. Can you just add a little bit more information to Minister's announcement?
Yes, thank you. As has been mentioned by the Minister, Germany is one of the founding partners behind this Green Hydrogen Compact catalog. As you know, my ministry is also a global theme champion for the energy transition at the UN high-level dialogue on energy. We will feature elements of our national hydrogen strategy in the German Green Hydrogen Energy Compact, which is presented in the catalog. And the catalog there, we are quite confident, will be a very useful tool to connect central actors in the field and showcase the action that is already being taken. And at that point, I would like to really thank Denmark for promoting and coordinating the compilation of the dialogue. And I'm also convinced that if we really act together, hand in glove, we can achieve a successful global energy transition. We would invite all the actors working in the field of green hydrogen to commit their ambitions in the form of energy compacts within this UN high-level dialogue process, and also become part of the Green Hydrogen Compact catalog.
Thanks very much, Jürgen. And let me just quickly go to panelists before we go to the second round of this. And let me start with Johanna. Johanna, when you see this sort of action on green hydrogen and what participants are trying to achieve, do you think, what sort of impact do you anticipate from this sort of collective action?
Well, it's super promising, and I mean, honestly, first of all, I want to congratulate Chile on its strategy in this regard, and the collaboration that Chile and other countries are doing in order to bring together these efforts. It makes it much easier for offtake sectors such as shipping to engage in a meaningful way. We're already doing that on a country by country basis, but of course the projects such as this one, or initiatives such as this one, make it so much easier to find the way which governments, where to engage, where there's a fruitful basis for collaboration, which is so dearly needed. And especially, and I just wanted to underscore a point that Jürgen made earlier, especially in developing countries, where we see a huge potential for the production of zero emission fuels, and have been producing studies to underpin that as well. Hopefully that there will be good opportunities in that in future.
Thanks, Johanna. Alvaro, the strength is in numbers. What would be the message to send to others who are not part of the Green Hydrogen Compact to join? What would be the incentives? What would be the message?
Thanks, Elizabeth. As you know, Iberdrola is already part of the Green Hydrogen Catalog. We believe is a very important initiative. We need to engage everyone to make hydrogen successful, green hydrogen successful. We need it to decarbonize the economy, and we need to engage with everyone, governments, NGOs, supply chain, all power companies. So we need all on board to make this happen. So we really encourage everyone to participate. We think this is the future, and we need to get everyone involved. So everybody should be welcome in this initiative.
Ben, how about your message to others who are not part of this? Ben, we cannot hear you. Can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, first of all, I mean, it's really great to hear Ambassador Jobed's comments from Chile. I mean, and what I really like about it is it's an integrated approach, and Chile has been very, very serious about decarbonizing and about changing its energy matrix over the last 4 or 5 years, and some of our companies have played a very kind of central role in that, along with as partners of government. And I like the approach. It's a holistic approach, and I think it only makes sense for companies to engage in these initiatives like the catalog, which I think could really become a kind of meeting place for all these kind of experiences, but also things like the catapult that Alvaro mentioned, as cost reduction is going to be a really key part of this, and that kind of runs along on its track. But again, I mean, this makes sense within a wider decarbonization. So for emerging markets countries, I mean, what I say is, it needs to be integrated, as Chile has done. So you need to look at decarbonization, you need to look at energy transition. It's not about just creating a big project somewhere in the desert and exporting hydrogen if you're going to carry on using coal power as your base electricity system. It needs to be an integrated approach around decarbonization, and within that, hydrogen is going to bring a lot of new and interesting elements and economic propositions that will allow countries to decarbonize in the best way economically possible.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ben. And we will hear also from another member of this catalog, that's SNAM. But before that, I really want to recognize how this came about, because there is always hard work behind these announcements, and the catalog is a result of really hard, broad, and inclusive partnership. a hard work and inclusive partnership among Denmark, Germany, and Chile, the World Economic Forum, the COP26 high-level champions, the Global Environment Facility, Bloomberg Philanthropies, and UN Energy, and obviously, I put ourselves in the last place because Irina also worked hard on this initiative, and we're really delighted that we are able to launch it today. And it is the information on the catalog is available on the website. But I want to tell you that how many we are right now. We currently have 29 private sector energy compacts, 3 national and 2 sub-national energy compacts, but the number continues to rise. We have a lot of interest and a lot of submissions in the pipeline. And the commitments that we have right now in the catalog include commitments of 85 gigawatts of electrolyzer capacity and 267 gigawatts of renewable energy production capacity. These are big numbers and impressive numbers. So we're really excited about the opportunity and the partnership. And we look forward to working with everybody and really driving this change. And I will now ask the colleagues to play the video from the Chief Executive Officer of SNAM, who is also a member of this initiative, so that we can hear their thoughts on what needs to come next.
Well, let me thank the UN High-Level Dialogue on Energy, Denmark, the IRENA, Francesco La Camera in particular, UNEP, and WEF for inviting me to this important event supported by the UK COP26 presidency. Today's energy dialogue dedicated to the ambitious energy transition action is another crucial step as we work to achieve the Agenda 2030 objectives and promote an energy transition that is just and fair in as little time as possible. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I'm pleased to join the discussion with the video as we're approaching the COP week in Milan and indeed COP26 in Glasgow. We must reach net zero faster than we ever thought possible, and we must do so while providing enough and affordable energy to the 2 billion people that are set to join us on this planet. We need to get developing countries access to cheaper energy, and this is not going to be an easy task. We've long known about the risks of climate change, but we haven't done enough about tackling its causes. There's been lack of political will around the world, we've had uncertainty around technology, and we've had very high costs. Today, I think finally the stars are aligning, and it's now possible to firmly act on climate change. I feel more optimistic now than ever before that we can together solve the problem. I really think this will be a COP that will be remembered as a tipping point, and there are 4 reasons why I'm now hopeful. First, the technology is now there. There's no doubt that renewable energies are cheaper already today than fossil fuels, and they are much easier to develop and to deliver. Second is that finally we have a clear goal. Net zero is becoming a clear task that countries and companies need to achieve by 2050, if not sooner, hopefully 2040 for many companies like SNAM. It provides a common vision towards a common objective. Today, 70% of CO2 emissions are covered by net zero commitments. That's 127 countries. And the US returned to the Paris Agreement, and even China setting their own net zero pledge by 2060 are incredibly important signs. Third, as governments negotiate domestic and global climate targets, they will increasingly benefit from a business community that has shifted from being somewhat skeptical and concerned about the rising costs of renewable energy compared to fossil energy to a business community that is now fully on board and convinced that this is one of the biggest business opportunities that we have seen. And companies are moving at a very high pace to reinvent themselves and to increase the share of the business that's coming from carbon neutral sources. And ESG is going to play a key role. We will have ESG ratings determining which companies are performing well and which companies are not performing well. And these ratings will determine the valuations of these companies and their ability to raise equity and capital in the markets. Fourth, we have ESG liquidity. Some people estimate up to $70 trillion of ESG funds that are ready to pour into new projects. So what is missing now are bankable projects that can be financed to deliver the green energy solutions. We will have direct renewables in the energy mix, covering up to 50% of the world energy mix, starting from 20% today. So we need to get that 50% green as fast as we can. The remaining 50%, which is going to be covered by molecules, will be a combination of green hydrogen and biofuels and other types of hydrogen, so long as they're carbon neutral. We need to get the cost of the biofuels and the hydrogen down as fast as possible. Our pledge and our commitment to COP will be with a group of companies called the Green Hydrogen Catapult to deliver in 5 years after COP green hydrogen at a cost of $2 a kilo, or around $50 a megawatt hour. Why is this number important? Because this would make green hydrogen cheaper than oil in a normal scenario with oil around $50 a barrel. The next step is the United States Department of Energy Earthshot to do even further and to make green hydrogen as cheap as coal by the end of the decade. That's about $1 a kilo or $25 a megawatt hour. At these levels, already in 5 years and even more so in 10 years, we will have delivered hydrogen cost competitive with fossil fuels in most applications. This means we can adopt it widely. Hydrogen is a great vector to store energy and to transport renewable energy from great distances. So here in Europe, we have a hydrogen strategy. We have one in the UK. We have one in Portugal, in Spain. We have one coming out soon in other countries around Europe. It's a very bold strategy. Yesterday, in her State of the Union speech, the President of the EU, Ursula von der Leyen, said that Europe will invest with Africa to create a market for green hydrogen there that connects the two shores of the Mediterranean. Hydrogen development in Africa, in North Africa, will not only help Europe meet its decarbonization objectives, but will also help sub-Saharan Africa with that growing population address their own energy needs, providing cleaner and cheaper energy that we have today. Tomorrow's soft power is somewhat based on this, on the country's leadership on climate change and on their action on sustainability. So after several unsuccessful steps following the 2015 Paris agreements, we have all the conditions for COP26 to represent a historic turning point in the fight against the climate emergency. Cooperation among countries with Europe, the United States, and both President Biden and Special Envoy John Kerry in the driving seat. And among companies on the model of what we're doing with SNAM and 6 other global corporations, the Green Hydrogen Catapult Initiative can be one of the decisive achievements of COP26 and something that can deliver quicker than expected, cleaner solutions. Thank you.
And this was a very clear and pointed message, but also one of optimism, which I have to say I felt throughout the session, because I just felt that we have the forward-looking conversation that is solution orientated. And so we have just a few minutes, and I would like to ask each one of you, starting with Ben, to just give us a little bit of a wrap up on on your thoughts. What is it that you really want us to achieve in the next 5 years, and you don't want to think about it in 5 years down the road?
Yeah, I think my answer, if it's one question I hope people won't be asking in 5 years' time is this possible? Because I think, and I hope that by that time I see a world where there are, first of all, robust NDCs in place that are compatible with the Paris Agreement and net zero, where we see really significant progress has been made to accelerate installations of wind power and other renewables, where floating offshore wind is now being deployed already on a large scale around the world on a commercial basis, and where the green hydrogen sector is quickly becoming a fully fledged global industry that has the large scale end users and has proved itself on an industrial scale. So I think where I'd like to be in 5 years' time is there, and that's the world that I see ahead of us. So really, a world of opportunity where it's not so much about doubt and is this possible, but it's more about, you know, we can see the future clearly ahead of us, and we're now moving and working together to scale up and make it real.
Thanks, Ben. Alvaro?
Yeah, I fully agree with Ben. What I would like to see in the following years is higher unity in approach towards climate change. We've made big steps forward in the last years, and especially during this year, but we need consensus. We cannot afford people, organizations to hesitate. We need to achieve net zero emissions, and for that, renewables is there, and they will play the role. So we need that everybody fully determined, as we are here in this panel. Yeah, we have to be fully determined, and we need unity to achieve that, and that's my hope.
Thank you, Alvaro. And Jürgen, the final thoughts from you.
Yeah, you know that we will have general elections in only 10 days here. And so it's really a discussion which is in the public debate. And I would really, as a general point, I would like to see the public awareness move from this is not a defensive agenda, it's a positive agenda. And of course, we have to change, but change can also be positive, and we can get a lot from that change. So really make it happen. This must be a kind of spirit we address it. And also one part of the story is make markets move. Markets already moved. And in Germany, you know, there are already a few companies saying, give us clear signals. We don't want the, you know, yeah, it could be, and it will not be so tough or so. Give us clear signals, we will move. They waited too long. And it must be clear that some companies, they will lose out if they still continue to wait. So make the markets move. And then the public sector should create the right frame conditions, not only in our countries, but also in developing countries. We were talking about macro fiscal frameworks. I think that's really key. And there we don't need really money, because it's even given the fiscal shrinking fiscal space we see and the indebtedness in many developing countries. Policymakers should see that this is an opportunity to create fiscal space, to get rid of fossil fuel subsidies, to introduce environmental taxes. I think this must be the big part of the agenda now. And then, of course, public investment is also key, but that's already clear with most stakeholders in the debate we are in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jürgen, and thank you all. I have to wrap up, and I want to thank you all for very pointed and clear interventions. And I also want to reflect on what is the one question that I would not want to be asked 5 years down the road, and that would be, when are we going to have storage so we can accelerate renewables? So, and I'm absolutely certain that with the collaborative action that we have on the green hydrogen and that catalog that has been launched today, we will accelerate hydrogen at a speed that also helps the deployment of renewables on large scales and provide additional solutions, so that we don't have to wait for a holy grail of some future solution, but really get on with the agenda and make a difference in time for 2030. I thank you very much. I thank our partners, Denmark, for their support and for their leadership in helping us structure this Energy Day and driving action, being a strong supporter of the agenda for renewable energy. I thank you all, and thank our viewers all over the world. And we are entering the break before the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Distinguished panelists and participants watching, welcome to this session on accelerating clean energy investments in emerging and developing markets, part of the Energy Action Day. My name is Espen Mellum. I'm with the World Economic Forum. We're hosting this session in collaboration with ARENA and the government of Denmark. Our focus will be on how to unlock more investments, and the topic matters. Globally, over 70% of greenhouse gas emissions come from energy consumption and production, as you know. To meet climate and SDG 7 goals, speeding up clean energy transition is especially important in emerging and developing economies who are at the center of gravity for the future energy demand. As costs of many clean energy solutions have dropped significantly in recent years, they have become very attractive to invest in, but much higher investment levels are really needed. A recent report by the IEA in collaboration with the World Economic Forum and the World Bank found that emerging and developing economies will need an increase from a $150 billion investments last year to over 1 trillion a year by 2030 to be on track for net zero emissions by 2050 and to reach SDG 7 goals. This is, of course, both a huge opportunity and a challenge. Today, I have the pleasure to introduce our moderator, Reine-Marie Thomas, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Green Finance Institute, who is both an excellent moderator and a leading expert on the topics we will discuss. So we're in the best hands. She will introduce our panelists. So Reine-Marie, over to you.
Espen, thank you so much for that kind introduction, and welcome everybody. We clearly only have a short time to discuss what is a really big topic. A successful transition to a zero carbon global economy will need the mobilization of significantly more capital towards two currently underserved asset classes, clean energy and emerging developing economies, which currently home to 2/3 of the global population and will account for almost all of the world's expected population growth over the next few decades. So it is unsurprising that electricity consumption in those emerging and developing economies is set to grow around 3 times the rate of advanced economies. So ensuring those energy transition pathways are clean and green are going to be absolutely key to remain within our global carbon budget. As Espen mentioned, the low costs of renewables, wind and solar power in particular, should make them the technologies of choice to meet that rising demand if the infrastructure and regulatory frameworks are in place. However, investment in clean energy in emerging and developing markets, less than 20% of global clean energy investment flows today, and they've been declining in recent years. So here with me to discuss the barriers to mobilizing finance and to share some practical, tangible solutions to overcoming them are 4 fantastic panelists with a range of expertise. We have Minister Flemming Møller Mortensen, the Minister for Development Cooperation and the Minister for Nordic Cooperation in Denmark, Rafael Mateo, the Chief Executive Officer of Energy at Acciona, Ylva Lindberg, who is the Executive Vice President at Norfund, and AJ Matur, who's the Director General at the International Solar Alliance. Thank you and welcome to all the panelists. The way I think I'd like to structure this conversation today is first to get each of your perspectives, not only on where you see the biggest opportunity to scale clean energy investments in emerging economies, but also let's touch on what do you see as those barriers that we do need to overcome if we're to unlock that potential. And if I could ask each of you to say a few words on that, starting, if I may, with you, Minister Mortensen, please.
Thank you very much. I'm so glad to participate here today. Yes, energy is one of the strongest drivers for development in countries and sectors across. It is a cornerstone for all economic activity. But energy also accounts for around 60% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, green energy transition is center stage to net zero development pathways, to climate resilient and inclusive societies, leaving no one behind, and to saving the planet as we know it. And we know what to do. We need to phase out coal and fossil fuels. And we need to invest in development of renewable energy. And we need to invest in energy efficiency of industry and retrofitting of the buildings. And we need to invest in electrification of transportation and production. According to IRENA, combining renewable energy efficiency and electrification could count up to 90% of needed emission reductions. I want to highlight 3 sets of issues that are imperative to accelerating clean energy investments. Firstly, ambitious policy targets underpinned by transparent, predictable, and long-term framework conditions. These are key to attracting private investment. A whole of government approach will generate investor confidence. Government investments, including ODA, green public procurement, and taxation policies can catalyze private climate finance. Denmark has formed 19 energy partnerships with emerging economies and developing countries to build capacity for energy transition. Secondly, we all need to link post-COVID-19 recovery investments to job-creating green transition, to build back better and greener. Short-term measures must support long-term net zero development pathways. And thirdly, and last, investment partnerships between public and private actors can build a project pipeline and mitigate the risk of private investors. That will attract private finance and realize projects that could otherwise lack financing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those opening remarks. I certainly hope we can come back to some of them, in particular the point about the public and private partnership in order to mobilize private capital. But I'd like to bring in the other speakers. If we could actually hear some of your thoughts, Raphael, that would be great.
Afternoon, and thank you for the invitation to participate in this very interesting panel. So let me say to start that to reach the zero emissions, we need to deploy and we need to invest a massive amount of money in the emerging and developing countries to reduce the CO2 emissions. Coal is still the base of the power generation in these markets. And today, the emerging markets are responsible for most of the pollution in the world. Most of, as you said before, 2/3 of the emissions. So we need to do something, and we need to do something urgently. We need to deploy capital in these markets, not just to reduce the emission, not just for the climate change, also to mobilize and to deploy and to develop the future and the competitiveness of the markets. In our case, Acciona Energía, according with the Bloomberg New Energy Finance, we are on the top foreign investors in the emerging markets in renewables. So we are knowing many markets in all kind of solutions, as utility scale solutions or distributed generation or very small microsystems to supply electricity, clean electricity in very remote areas. And one of the things we learn is every country is different. The approach and the rules and the solution is different. But the challenge is huge. But for us, for the investors, for the companies, the challenge is an opportunity. Where there is a problem, there is a solution with a capital, with investment, with returns, creating jobs, creating value, and companies are very interested in investing there. But we need also the support of the other side of the investment, the PPP, the support of the government. We are calling this kind of countries the addition markets in our internal vocabulary. Addition markets because they are not just emerging or developing in terms of electricity, addition markets. They need to put more electricity in the system. They need to add, because as you said before, the consumption is 3 times less than they need. but the cost of the money is 7 times more than they need to be in equal conditions that the rest of the mature economy. So it's a problem about the chicken and the egg. So how to start? First is a very basic but solid regulatory framework. And the solution is not the same in any countries. We need to design ad hoc the solutions. The investors in renewables, we are never asking incentives or feeding tariff or special support. That we are asking is stability. The investment in renewables is a huge investment at the beginning of the life of the assets and with a very long-term view of the operational assets. So that we are asking is stability and predictability. When we are arriving to a new emerging markets, we have our wish list, not just to make money, also to secure the long-term stability of the assets. And we have a lot of concepts that we analyze before investing, the bilateral or multilateral agreements for protection of foreign investors, the quality of the customers, the design of the corporate structure, the international framework for disputing the resolution of the contracts, the change in law or the material adverse change or the force majeure policy, the currency, the evolution of the monetary risk. This is from the company side, but also from the government side, that we need to understand that there is a very clear policy, a very visible policy, supported policy with long-term view, maybe with some kind of push or pull policies in order to incentivize and the possibility of taking the scale. The scale is very important for the investors. Usually, foreign investors is not going to emerging country to invest 50 megawatts. We need to create a hub, and to deploy the scale is crucial. For that, the scale is building the skills. It's interesting when we arrived to South Africa 10 years ago, it was very difficult to find people to work in our power stations, in our power plants, as professionals in the wind farms. Today, we create the ecosystem of workers with the skills, and the skills and the scale are the same in terms of deployment. And also the grid development that is not in the hands of the investors in renewables, is in the hands of the government and in the hands of the regulator, is crucial, is key to growth and to deploy the electrical infrastructure in the market. Thank you.
Right, well, thank you. There's so many points in there to unpack. I absolutely love your reframing of this as addition markets. You've heard it here first, people, because let's not forget there are 800 million people who do not have access to electricity today, and they all sit in the emerging and developing markets. And I particularly, you're speaking obviously from an energy perspective, I'm speaking from a financier's perspective, but that stability of lifetime revenues, fully dependent on the quality and predictability of domestic policy and regulation is absolutely key. So I'm sure we'll come back to some of those points, and already a bit of a theme coming from both yourself and the Minister about, let's not forget, this is also about job creation and people and skills, as well as about making financial returns from investing in these opportunities. Ilva, if we could come to you, Ilva Lindberg from Norfund.
Rian, many thanks for that introduction. So I come at this from a development finance perspective, and a development finance institution like Norfund, we invest for impact and for job creation, but we invest on commercial terms or market-based terms. And what we are always a minority investor when we invest. So we really depend on mobilizing others to invest alongside with us, both other development finance institutions, but also private and institutional investors. And about half of what we do is in clean energy. So we invest in large scale solar, wind and hydro, but also distributed and off-grid. So very similar to Acciona, I think, in the description that Raphael gave. And just to put this not into context, but to make it really specific. And I'll give you a couple of examples of the types of opportunities that we see in this market. And one of the opportunities that we saw about 10 years ago was Lake Turkana wind power in Kenya, which is basically the largest wind farm of its kind on the African continent. And here the ambition for that investment was really to support an expansion of the power supply, but also to replace dirtier alternatives like oil and diesel power plants with renewables. And Lake Turkana now actually provides almost 17% of Kenya's installed capacity of energy. We sold our investment very recently, just in July, with a 13% internal rate of return. So this is an investment that has a clear impact, but also has an attractive financial return. We've also recently made an investment in India, a company called Forpel, which is a larger investment for us, $100 million, in one of the leading distributed solar platforms in India. So those are two of the examples that we've invested in. And last year, we also sold SN Power, which is a large hydropower company, which was important for us so we can recycle capital. And we're now really looking to reinvest that capital in these markets in renewable energy. But of course, this is not easy. And we don't always succeed. We won't always succeed. And here, I'd just like to answer your question, Rian, on what kind of hurdles we're seeing, what the barriers are to this. And it's been very well put, I think, both by Minister Fleming and by Rafael on the importance of having the right frameworks and the right policies in place. But I'd also like to add that it's equally important to make sure that those frameworks and policies that they're adhered to in practice. One thing is to have them on paper, but another thing is really to make sure that they're adhered to in practice. And on that, there are a number of different risks that we find, or hurdles that we find, everything to do with counterparty risks in big renewable energy projects, political risks, environmental, social, and governance risks, and currency risks. So this is a plethora of risks that we're facing. However, sometimes, some of these risks are certainly real, but what we find when we speak to institutional investors in our part of the world is that there are also some perceived risks that if you disentangle them, if you're able to really understand them in more concrete terms, they're actually more about perception than reality. A second hurdle that we see is really being able to develop bankable and attractive projects in these markets, because you don't have these ready to go projects always. Sometimes it takes quite a lot of effort and time and also funding to get these bankable projects up and running. And then we're seeing the capital costs. I think both Rafael and Minister Fleming mentioned the lowering cost of these technologies, which is great, but we're still finding that the capital costs in some of these markets are prohibited. And that's where a DFI, a development finance institution like Norfund, comes in, where our expertise can be helpful. And then the final, I think, hurdle is we're seeing institutional capital holding back. There is a big home bias of the large institutional investors in our part of the world, where a European investor tends to invest in Europe, an American investor tends to invest in the States, even though we're seeing low or even negative interest rates in some of this part of the world. So they're lacking and you mentioned it, Rian, a sort of box for these types of investments. They may allocate some money to emerging markets, they may allocate some money to energy, but to have the box for emerging markets energy, that just doesn't exist. And I think that's also a barrier. But really, I mean, the opportunity is really significant, both in terms of the impact we can have on renewable energy finance, on more dirty energy replaced, on households getting access to electricity and so on. And we're also seeing a track on returns. But it's not easy and the hurdles are still there, but the opportunity is certainly present.
Ylva, thanks for that very balanced presentation with some very optimistic and very tangible suggestions, as well as highlighting some of the issues. And just a reminder that less than 1/10 of global wealth sits in the emerging and developing markets. So actually finding ways of channeling capital from those other markets towards emerging and developing is actually at the core of the challenge here. So I'm sure there'll be lots of stuff we can come back to, and I'm very interested in your point that you made about perceived risk versus genuinely unpacking the actual genuine risk to investment, given your experience. And if we could just hear from AJ Mathur. AJ, over to you.
Okay, thanks very much, Rian. I want to make 4 key points, but before I make those points, I think it's important to point out, as the minister did right at the beginning, that in emerging countries, there is a growing market for energy, and you need that energy so that people have a good quality of life. None of the OECD countries which have a human development index of more than 0.9, all of them have energy use of more than 4 tons of oil equivalent per person per year. In the developing countries, in the emerging economies, by contrast, instead of 4 tons per person per year, it is less than 2 tons per person per year. That's the first point. The second is, why is it low? It is low largely because of low incomes. And people are coming into the market as incomes are rising, they are buying more energy. The point that Mr. Matteo made about the additional demand that is coming up. And the point is, this additional demand is from relatively poor people who have very limited ability to pay for energy. The challenge, therefore, is, as we look at global climate change, how do we provide adequate energy to all of these poor people to have a better quality of life? Because if we continue with business as usual, obviously climate change would be a problem, but so would be local pollution. So would be the fact that a large amount of the resources of the countries go for importing energy. The challenge, of course, is that green energy has to be increased so that the cost of electricity from solar is less than the cost of electricity from fossil fuels in all geographies in the world. Now, to a very large extent, that's already true. But it's only true when the sun is shining. When the sun is not shining, there's not a single geography in the world, where round-the-clock cost of solar electricity, solar plus batteries, solar plus pumped storage, where the round-the-clock electricity of renewable energy is less than the cost of fossil fuels. This is our greatest technological and economic challenge. Now, obviously, one can say that this is a problem, it's an economic problem, you get more money for it, it's solved. Yes, it is. That is correct. But does the world have enough money for that? The challenge is, how do we ensure that this money is used and used in the most effective manner to meet that challenge? A key thing that happens when you move to renewable energy is that the vast amount of the cost of the electricity is now in the capital cost. Look at electricity from gas or coal. Only about 50% of the cost of electricity is the cost of the capital, the cost of the plant. The rest is the cost of gas or coal. But when you look at renewables, 95% of the cost of renewable electricity is the cost of the plant. Only 5% is the operating cost, which means that it is amazingly sensitive to the cost of capital. Making money available and making money available cheaply becomes the key issue. How do we move ahead on that? One of the key issues that Ilva just talked about was the ability to unlock institutional investments. As she rightly said, we are not seeing institutional investments coming in energy, particularly green energy, in developing and emerging economies. Therefore, as we move ahead, we need to, number one, ensure that money is available everywhere in all countries, including the least developed countries and the small island developing states. Number two, it is available at prices. The cost of capital is such that it is manageable. And number three, we are able to bring institutional investments into the market. Let me stop here, Rian, and I can expand on each of these and speak for several days after that. All yours.
Thank you so much. And sadly, we don't have several days, but we will come back on some of those points, particularly about making different types of capital available for the right, the right situation. So where we can crowd in private capital, we most certainly should, but we know that isn't actually a possibility everywhere. So what I love about this panel is we've got the finance perspective, we've got the intergovernmental organization perspective, we've got the policymakers perspective, and we've got the energy perspective. And clearly, in order to solve this problem, we are going to need to collaborate and all learn from each other. So I wanted to spend the rest of the time we have together really highlighting solutions and collaborations that are having an impact. So if I could ask each of you to highlight one or a couple of key solutions that you genuinely think can make a significant positive impact on scaling clean energy investments in the emerging and developing markets. And if I could start, I'd really like with the energy perspective. So starting with you, Rafael, and some of the work that you're doing at Acciona.
Well, the public sector alone is not enough to reach our zero carbon targets. So we need the public sector, as I said before, and we need also the private sector. And in the private sector is key solution the role of the corporate PPAs, the corporation as off-takers. The private industry, the corporation are moving the economy map, promoting, contracting clean energy for their own consumption. This is the accelerator. The corporation contracting clean energy are facilitating the acceleration of the penetration of the renewables in the grid. But for that, we need enough grid, enough investment in grid transmission to do it. There are many countries that where the private corporate PPA, the private off-taker, is not yet possible. Many countries have advanced a lot in the last times. South America, South Africa is moving forward to this solution, but still many countries where the private PPA, the corporate off-taker, is not a solution possible in the market. Maybe because the public utility is too hard, or the power of the regulator is still too hard and needs to open more the market to the private actors. But the addition countries, the emerging markets, are plenty of corporations, international corporations or local corporations committed with the global with the climate change, and knowing and understanding that the clean energy is not just cheaper, it's cheaper, faster, and cleaner, and with a positive contribution. So corporate PPAs is for us the...
Rafael, could I just leap in, just in case some of our viewers aren't familiar with how corporate PPAs work? Would you just be able to just quickly, just briefly give us an overview? They're clearly a key solution here to increase finance in clean energy, but maybe not everyone's so familiar. Would you mind just giving us a...
Yeah, it's a long-term contract to purchase electricity. A power purchase agreement is a PPA, that PPA means. So a corporate PPA is when a company, a private consumer, a private company is deciding to buy their supply, the clean electricity supply, for a long term. This is that we call in the sector a PPA. It could be a public PPA if the buyer is the public administration, or a private corporate PPA if the counterparty is a industrial corporation. And this is the solution. We are doing it not just in the emerging markets. By the way, we call the emerging markets addition markets, as we said before. The opposite for us is the mature economy, that they are the substitution markets, because they need more capacity. They need the substitution of the fossil, old and dirty installed capacity. So there are different kind of approach, regulatory and investment approach in this kind of markets. But a PPA is a solution because it's the accelerator. Thank you.
And could I press you to give us an example of where, a corporate PPA in particular, as opposed to a public PPA, which, as you've highlighted, is not always possible in some of the markets we're discussing because of a lack of infrastructure. But could you just give us an example of where corporate PPA has been a viable solution?
Okay, let me give you an example about a market that is doing a very positive evolution to the very open market, as South Africa as an example. In South Africa 2 years ago, it was not possible to sell electricity directly to the private off-taker because the only off-taker was the public utility Eskom. And today, the market is more open, and you can sell the electricity to Eskom, to the utility, to the public utility, or you can sell the electricity directly to the mining industry, installing a solar plant close to the mining industry, and even installing the transmission line, supplying directly from your plant to the industry, and incorporating new capacity and retiring from the market CO2 capacity and CO2 emissions.
Rafael, thanks so much for that. That's really helpful to get some practical examples. And I guess a similar question to Ilva from the finance perspective. What have you done successfully so far? You touched on a few renewable transactions that you've funded, but it would just be great to unpack that a little bit more and describe, the work that you are doing and how you're making this happen.
Yeah. No, thanks, Rian, and thanks, Rafael. I think that's super exciting, the solutions that you're describing. So what we're trying to do is really to play the sort of catalytic accelerator role that DFIs, development finance institutions, can play, because we don't solve this by our own, but we can be part of the solution by really enabling others to invest with us, because we understand the risk, we know the markets, and in that way we can then help mobilize others into this space. And you asked, Rian, for some sort of practical solutions going forward. And I think one of them that we saw just launched this summer by the Norwegian government is a new climate investment fund that's really set up to invest in renewable energy in developing countries. And it has a climate purpose. And I think it has, Rafael spoke about the addition markets, and I think that's exactly right. And what we need to make happen in those markets is to make sure that the energy capacity that's being built is renewable and it's not fossil based. And that's really the aim of this climate investment fund. So by investing in countries like India and Vietnam and Indonesia and others that have big coal plants, we'll hopefully be able to make that energy capacity expansion renewable instead. And then again, going back to this idea of mobilizing others, right? So we now have over 5 years, this will be a more than $1 billion fund. What we need to do in order to deploy that money is to invest alongside of others. So Norfund will have about a third. So we're a minority investor, mobilizing equity from 2/3 from others, and then with a loan financing to go along with it. So what we really need to do now is to make sure that we find the right industrial partners for the renewable energy projects, the right financial partners, and then we'll be able to scale up those solutions. Because what we've done so far, it works. We have a proven model, but we just need to make it bigger and faster.
Thank you for that. And the new climate investment fund, that sounds very exciting. You mentioned earlier about how the Norfund still seeks market commercial returns. So you take a minority position, but you're not providing concessionary finance in order to crowd in other capital. And I'm just wondering, is that a similar model that you're using in the climate investment fund? And actually, what's your view on the requirement for more concessionary capital to really accelerate this?
No, you're absolutely right. Norfund as such is a market-based investor, but with the development mandate. The climate fund will have a climate mandate, but we will be investing on market-based terms. And I think, this is a big conversation about the role of concessionary finance. It does have a role to play, but from our perspective, what's really important is that we as a development finance institution don't crowd out the private investors, right? So if we offer too much concessionary finance, that can mean that private investors won't make these investments because they won't be attractive enough. So we should be crowding in private finance, not crowding out private finance. And that's part of the rationale here. But of course, we are seeing that there are other types of vehicles with other types of solutions that can help complement. Another part of the rationale for why we are a market-based investor is that we need to enable others to invest alongside with us. And they, if they're private investors, they need to have market-based returns.
Absolutely. I guess I have the privilege of being the moderator here, so I can share some of the solutions that we're working on at the Green Finance Institute. And one of the ones that we've been looking at specifically in sub-Saharan Africa is the use of both concessionary and public impact finance as a guarantee, a credit enhancement facility that will then enable the actual commercial banks in South Africa to underwrite transactions that are then investment grade, and they can then distribute that paper to domestic institutional and pension investors on the ground in South Africa, for example. So not a solution that works in every country, but certainly works in sort of middle income countries where you have sufficient depth of onshore capital that could be deployed towards clean energy and infrastructure, but is currently being deployed towards financial assets because they have a investment grade criteria for very good reason. But trying to unlock some of that local capital. And a final question, and we don't want this just to become a conversation between you and me about finance, although maybe we need to pick up later, is when you try and mobilize capital to invest alongside you, is that mostly focusing on Western capital, for want of a better word, or are you trying to actually mobilize capital that is onshore as well?
So certainly both, but both are difficult, but for different reasons, right? But certainly both, and we would certainly encourage to an even greater extent to have more domestic or local capital to invest alongside with us. And I think you're making an important point that there is a range of tools available when you develop a renewable energy investment. And when we invested in Mozambique, in Mocuba, a solar power plant, there was project development finance, there were guarantees, there were grants from the Norwegian government. You had a whole plethora of different tools that made this happen. So I think you're right. I mean, it can't be only market-based or only concessionary, but when used well in a combination, that ecosystem can just do the job.
And I think, thank you for that. I think that was sort of the point that AJ was making earlier, wasn't it? About the need to match different types of finance and different types of structuring with the financial requirements on the ground. And, that's something that we've been doing in financial markets for many, many years. It's just structured and leveraged finance. It's just actually just building in and using all the different types of pools of capital that's available, which adds a bit of complexity. Thank you. So if I could come back to you, AJ, and just maybe if we could understand a little bit more about the International Solar Alliance and what it is you're doing to, one, provide a platform for collaboration, but secondly, helping scale finance into the challenge that we're discussing. AJ, you're on mute. There's always somebody that has to do this. It's a rite of passage on every Zoom call.
Apologies. I thought I was being very smart in muting myself, but obviously it turned out and played against me. But let me focus on the finance part of the Solar Alliance. Now, the Solar Alliance obviously politically is about ensuring that for every political leader in the country, solar becomes the energy source of choice. And in doing so, there is a range of things that they need. They need information so that they can convert that information into how it will be beneficial for their voters, create jobs for them. We also work a great deal on capacity building, because you just don't want one project, you want a second project, a fifth project, 100th project, the point Ilva was making. We then work on financing. And the challenge here is, number one, getting enough money to all countries possible. As Ilva mentioned, in many countries, it's only possible when you have the investment money, you have the risk capital money, the guarantees that you talked about, and you have the readiness money, that which creates the capacity for the second, fifth, and 100th projects. That's one part. The second part is, more importantly, unlocking capital from a range of sources. Ilva mentioned institutional investors, obviously. But there are others. For example, a large amount of the capital that has gone into microgrids, mini grids, solar-based mini grids, particularly in Africa, but in other parts of the world also, has been from the philanthropic sector. So I think the philanthropic sector has a big role to play in making this capital available. And very much as Ilva mentioned, it is the first capital which creates the demand, which creates the risk profile, meeting the risks that make it then acceptable for other investors to come in. We also are looking at the ways in which capacity can be built up in the financial sector itself. You know, assessing a solar energy project is very different from assessing a coal power project. One of the reasons I spoke about, which is that a lot of the money that comes from a renewable energy project is from the electricity sales. In a coal project, it's only about half. How will a banker assess this risk? We therefore need training programs for them. And in fact, in the Latin American region, we have found that there is a huge demand for this kind of capacity building. The last point that I wanted to make on the activities is that in many countries, the changes in policies and the demand for projects only happens when you force through a project. Now, projects aren't happening because there's money, and there's no money because there aren't any projects. The Solar Alliance provides the resources for project preparation. And with a project in hand and a group of financiers on the other hand, you can help ensure that that project takes off. As the project takes off, it creates the interests that are needed, particularly among policymakers, among political leaders, to tinker with policy. Because that is necessary for this project to go ahead, and that is what is necessary for the subsequent projects to happen. Because as we said, we don't want just one project. In other words, this is very much a story of different countries at different stages. What makes sense in a least developed country wouldn't make sense in an emerging country. In other words, we need to tighten the belt according to the food on the table. Thank you.
I fully agree with you with this need to be far more forensic about where the types of capital that we use for the different types of situations. So, you know, as you say, in some of the absolutely least developed countries, it's going to be very difficult to crowd in private finance. And that's where we need to maybe focus the concessionary capital, philanthropic, the public impact balance sheet. But where we know that we could crowd in private capital in the way Ilva is describing, then I think we need to be absolutely disciplined about those particular situations and markets. So I think as we're in quite violent agreement on this point. But I don't want to let you go, AJ. I want to ask you about, I like this idea that you described as, you know, you need to force the projects to happen, and you're doing that by thinking about the whole life cycle, so the capacity building as well as the finance. Could you share with us just an example to bring that to life a little more, where you have done this successfully in a jurisdiction?
So, if we let's look at the case of Togo. What we did as the Solar Alliance, we asked countries, if you wanted to have a solar project, what is the kind of project you'd like to have? And tell us. As a result, countries have told us about 4.5 gigawatts, 4,500 megawatts of solar projects that they want to develop. So the countries are committed to this. The issue is, how do we make it happen? One of the first countries that we worked in was Togo. And there we were looking at 225 megawatt project. It was initially 25, but expanded to 225 as a particular transmission line came in. The challenge, of course, was all the things that we spoke about, but the principal challenge was, where is this located? Because it needs to be at a place which is not too far from a demand center, but also at a place where there is space available for the solar system to be put up. How do you evacuate it? And that's where the transmission line came in. The existing transmission line can take up 25. They're building a new transmission line, which is under process. Once that happens, there's be an additional 225, additional 200. That makes it attractive also to investors, because you're seeing that it's not a one-time investment, but it's an investment that's happening again and again. The third characteristic, Rian, has been the learning that we have had regarding the capacity that is needed. You need obviously people to help design and run this plant, but you also need people on the policy side. We have, therefore, the Solar Alliance has therefore started a program of offering a master's degree in solar engineering and policy at one of the Indian Institutes of Technology, where now we are getting about 20 people from our member states going there every year. We realize that this is a necessary part of building up the capacity. Similarly, we are in the process of creating a similar program at the vocational level. You train people, we bring them in, we train the master trainers, and then we support them in creating training programs and creating more trainers in their own countries. You use the word holistic. I like it. We haven't used it, but I think I'm going to steal it from you and use it liberally. But in these, as far as a lot of these countries are concerned, where, as I said, and you repeated, projects have to be forced, you have to look at the entire ecosystem in order for change to happen and sustainable change to happen.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that example. And I'd like to come to Minister Mortensen and this point about, you made it too, about the need of a whole of government approach, and we've heard about this need for a holistic approach, but and the importance of public-private collaboration. I think that's the key theme that's coming out from all our speakers. So just wanted to come back to you as the policymaker on the importance of the policy and public climate finance as a lever to private finance. If you'd like to talk to us about some of those topics.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rian. I would like to provide you with 3 examples of collaborations for impact. One is the climate investment platform set up by IRENA, UNDP, and C4All, and the Green Climate Fund with Danish support. This year, the platform launched a call for proposals to unlock investments for clean energy in small islands developing states. And secondly, a second example is the Danish partnership with the Global Infrastructure Facility hosted by the World Bank. So far, the facility has developed over 100 projects in more than 50 countries. That will mobilize over $50 billion in private commercial financing and another 25 billion in public funding. And the third example are investments funds managed by the Danish Development Finance Institution, IFU. Private investors, primarily Danish pension funds, have invested 60% of the fund's total capital of nearly 5 billion Danish crowns. The funds have invested in Lake Turkana, the largest wind farm project in Africa, providing not 15, as Ilva said, but 17% of the energy in Kenya. The construction created hundreds of jobs. Today, 80% of the 450 employees are from the local area. Very important. Another investment has been made in a new solar park of 60 megawatts in Malawi to provide around 1.4 million people with clean electricity. And finally, I will mention the Climate Investment Coalition, a public-private partnership with institutional investors. The coalition seeks to mobilize private investment in clean energy and climate towards 2030. A key objective is to show that these investments are real and taking place right now, provided the right framework conditions are in place. This is exactly what is being demonstrated by the Danish pension funds. During the UN Secretary General's Climate Summit in 2019, they committed to increase green investments by more than $50 billion towards 2030. Last week, they reported that so far, some $19 billion have already been invested in both in developed and developing countries. I think that's great. Thank you. And I just have to mention that my time is very limited, so I have to leave in 5 minutes or so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we're all in agreement that those are great. So, Minister, given that we only have a little more of your time, I'm sitting here in London and 6 weeks to go before the COP26 comes to Glasgow. I just wanted to ask all panelists about how we could use potentially the COP here in the UK, following by the COP next year in Africa, to accelerate some of these developments, and what your hopes are in that we may see coming out of COP26 in 6 weeks' time.
Can I follow up? Yes. I think we must increase climate finance for a just energy transition, a transition that needs to include access to clean energy for all and increase resilience and inclusiveness, leaving no one behind. Of course, we have to follow that goal. We have a particular obligation to focus on the poorest and the most vulnerable countries that are hit the hardest by climate change and have the least resources to adapt, just as LDCs and the SIDS. Denmark has decided to massively scale up our climate finance to at least $500 million annually by 2023. And we have earmarked 60% of our climate financing for adaptation. So my government is fully committed to contribute to the agreement to mobilize at least $100 billion a year from 2020 to 2025. And we will work to ensure that the EU and other developed nations do the same. I was in a talk on Monday with Guterres, and he also said that also in the UN they think this is the right way to go. So hopefully we will speak up and we will let other countries follow us. Thank you very much for participating. This was great.
Thank you so much for giving us your time, Minister, and thank you for all your leadership on this topic. It's really great to hear your ambitions for COP. And if I could actually ask the other panelists, we've only got 6 weeks to go, your views on COP, your views on what we hope to get out of it, especially when it comes to clean energy and emerging markets. Maybe if I come to you, AJ, next.
Rihanna, I tend to look at what happens at COPs in two buckets. One is what happens inside the rooms, and one is what happens in the sidelines. Inside the rooms, I expect the rule book for Paris to be completed. And that's particularly Article 6, which deals with trading of emission reductions, both within countries and across countries. What will be more important is outside the room, I would like that more and more coalitions are created amongst countries and amongst companies to push for climate action. These are guys, these are countries and companies who do it for themselves, who see this as being useful. So, for example, the Solar Alliance is looking at a coalition of countries to push for connecting one country's electrical system or one region's electrical system to another region's electrical system, so that we can take advantage of solar energy when it is available in places where it is not. So, for example, when it is evening in India and there's no solar energy available, you could use the solar energy which is generated in the Middle East if you had a cable between the Middle East and India. Similarly, a cable between India and East Asia, or between Singapore and Australia. We could, in a sense, transfer solar energy when the sun is not there. Similarly, I would like to see coalitions develop around the use of green steel, green cement, which makes then makes it viable for investing in green cement and green steel. It is these kinds of coalitions which would help us create history.
Thank you so much for some very practical suggestions. I do happen to know from speaking to a project developer just in the last couple of weeks that high voltage transmission cables at the moment are in such high demand for these types of projects that there's actually a waiting list of quite a few years. So I think we're going to have to think of some other really inventive ways. Hopefully the engineers can help us think about how we can use, for example, solar power to maybe create hydrogen or ammonia or something else that we can use to transport between jurisdictions. But I won't stray from my swim lane. I'm a financier here, so I'll leave it to people who understand these things better. Somebody like Raphael, for example. From an energy perspective, Raphael, we're going into COP. What are your thoughts, your hopes, how you think it might accelerate this transition and the finance that we need?
Yes, no doubt about it. After the COP, the transition will be accelerated. Even after the pandemic, the transition is being accelerated and needs to be more accelerated than before, because the transition is not just a climate obligation, it's the unique possibility of doing a very fast economical recovery in the world after the pandemic. The cost of doing nothing in terms of climate change is more than the cost of several pandemics. So we need to do something very urgent. The transition is an economic opportunity, it's value creation, it's jobs, is a local value chain, is local deployment, is local skills and new level of better high level skills for local employees. So it's an opportunity. I said before that for us, for the company that are investing in renewables, the SDG are a challenge, and where it's a challenge, there is an opportunity. And after the COP, that we expect is the transition will be accelerated in more market, in more countries, in less time.
Raphael, thank you for those comments. 100% agree. And just final word goes to Ylva.
Thanks. So on an overall level, I'm really hoping that we spend less time talking about the scale of the challenge and what kind of ambitions we need to have, but really more about the practical solutions, showing that it works, showing that it can be done, that there are investments and projects out there with a real and tangible climate impact, and also with attractive financial returns. We have examples, both like the minister and myself mentioned, where, like Lake Turkana in Kenya, there are plenty of other examples showing that it works. Acciona and Raphael, you highlighted a few. So I really think by putting those practical, real life examples out there and showing that it works, I think that's probably one of the keys to really starting to mobilize the big money. Because we do have a challenge in, lots of this institutional money that's sloshing around in our part of the world at low or negative interest rates. And if we can show that it works, I think that's part of the solution to really channeling those chunks of money to where the opportunities are and to where they're really needed.
Fantastic call to action there. And what is it? At the end of last year, we had something like $20 trillion of fixed income investments in negative yielding investments, which I completely agree. Let's stop admiring the problem. The time for big speeches is over. We now need to be talking about the practical solutions that we know can work and figure out how we replicate and scale them. We're out of time. I just wanted to say thank you very much to the panelists. I think we have tried to keep to the brief of coming up with some practical examples. And I'd just like to thank Espen at the World Economic Forum for bringing us all together, and to everyone that tuned in today to share this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and good afternoon and also good evening. I am Ulrika Morder of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, and I have the honor of being your moderator for this closing plenary of the Energy Action Day. And before I introduce our distinguished panel, please allow me also to thank our hosts, the Government of Denmark, the World Economic Forum, and the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, for inviting me, of course, to join you, not at least, in the audience at this moment on the eve of the most critical milestone in the UN Decade of Action to deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement, and doing that in a very challenging time when we have to move beyond recovery towards these achievements. It is actually quite incredible that just 1 year ago, the prospect of gathering together seemed like a very distant possibility. And even though too many peoples and countries are still suffering, we are still in a pandemic, and we have a very long road ahead. I actually believe that today signals a path towards building forward better, these words that we have used throughout this very difficult year, and building then a more resilient and more resolute world with our commitments that we have made to a sustainable future for all. Now it is truly time, and we've said this again and again, to look past ambitions and to take real action. And as you know, the next week's high-level dialogue on energy is the first United Nations Global Gathering on Energy under the auspices of the General Assembly in 40 years. And it brings us together to refocus attention, but also then action on ensuring access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable modern energy for all. On the road towards COP26, this dialogue is also an opportunity to deliver on a global roadmap that will not only close the energy gap, but hasten this just clean energy revolution that is absolutely essential to the health, the well-being, and the prosperity for people and planet. And colleagues, of course, I guess everyone on this call understands that fossil fuels are the leading cause of climate change, with energy consumption accounting for 76% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. And the number of extremely hot days reaching a deadly 50 degrees Celsius has doubled since the last UN energy dialogue. And we've had, as you're aware of, more hot days in the past decade, in line with the global temperature increases that the IPCC concludes, and this is unequivocally caused by human activity. Of course, the devastation caused by Hurricane Ida, felt right here in New York, is just one of too many examples, just in the past several weeks, that we have witnessed around the world that relates to climate change. And today, we spend $423 billion per year on fossil fuel subsidies. Of course, this could be much better spent on investment in social protection, in healthcare, education, or programs for that matter that can accelerate a clean energy future that is equitable and sustainable. The energy transition, of course, will not be easy, but it is within our reach. And solar, we know, is now the cheapest electricity in history, growing faster than previous energy technology, nearly doubling its capacity every 2 years. And wind, of course, is on a similar trajectory. In preparation for the high-level dialogue, we are seeing bold energy compacts across governments, private sector, and cities. Financial markets are looking for opportunities for investments. And UNDP, we see this evidence as we are supporting a flagship promise that we made in 2019 that is to support member states and countries across the world to develop their NDCs. And out of the 119 countries that we have accompanied, half of them, they have really identified clean energy as a key lever for scaled up climate action. So with this in mind, allow me now to introduce our panel. And joining us here today, we have Dan Jørgensen, who is the Minister for Climate and Energy and Utilities from the Government of Denmark. And he will join us through a video message. We have my dear colleague Lydia Noronyan, who's the UN Assistant Secretary General and head of UNDP's New York office, and she's with us here in person, as you can see. We have Dr. Faith Birol, who's the Executive Director of the International Energy Agency, and he will also share with us a video message. And we have Michael Bloomberg, who's the SG Special Envoy for Climate Ambition, who's also joining with a message. And then we have Gonzalo Munoz, the COP25 high-level climate champion, who is here with us in person. So a warm welcome to all of you, and of course to you who are accompanying us. So let us begin with the video remarks by Don Jørgensen from the Danish Ministry, who will respond to the question on what are the most important actions by governments, by CEOs and non-state actors in favor of the energy transition, and among those that have been highlighted today. So let's look at that video.
Dear friends, energy is what makes the world go round. Without energy, our communities, businesses, and lives as we know them would grind to a halt. But to secure a better, more sustainable future, we must transform the way we produce and use energy. And we must act with urgency to keep the 1.5 degrees goal within reach. In Denmark, we have a strong model that I hope can inspire others. We have a long history of listening to each other, cooperating and finding solutions. This is why we have come so far in the green transition. Governments cannot do the job alone. Our journey has required bold decisions, a pioneering spirit, and broad cooperation between the government, industry, and citizens. To be successful, the fight to make our energy system more sustainable must go hand in hand with job creation, export promotion, and technological development. We must make sure that the green transition is fair and inclusive, that it leaves no one behind. On top of cooperation, bold investments are needed too, not in 10 or 20 years, but now. Also in this respect, a strong collaboration between public and private actors is key. We really need private investors to accelerate investments in the energy transition, both in already well-known technologies such as wind, solar, and energy efficiency, but also in new and more innovative technologies that are not yet fully developed. The best ideas and solutions to succeed in energy transition will arise from collaboration between different stakeholders. When companies, governments, and civil society partner up, they can create new coalitions and come with the new innovative ideas that we need. But we must move beyond rhetoric. We must back up our words with real action. COP26 is just around the corner. Let's keep the spirit of cooperation, hope, and ambition that has driven today's discussion alive as we move into the next important phase in the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, moving from words into action, and we count on Denmark. Now, Lydia, UNEP has undertaken significant research in how green transition can also be made just. COVID-19 recovery packages are revealing, as we know, some alarming trends. The triple planetary crisis report also brought into stark reality also the connections between climate change, people's health, and the devastating loss of biodiversity. So with this in mind and these perspectives, let me ask your view on the most important actions that governments, businesses, civil society, and other actors need to take towards energy transition, and what can actually be delivered at COP26. Over to you, Lydia.
Thank you very much, Ulrika, and thank you to the host, Denmark, but also to our co-conveners for being here. But thank you for being the moderator for this event. I'm delighted to be here and also speak on behalf of Inga Anderson, our Executive Director. First of all, let me applaud all the ministers, the CEOs, mayors, and other stakeholders for their commitment to climate action and energy transition. We see a lot of that happening. I've sat through the whole day today, and it was amazing to be listening to everyone. And despite all the difficult economic and health challenges, we can see clearly that action is happening, but it's not enough. We do not have sufficient actions to address the climate crisis that we face and to address the triple crisis that you mentioned. And so my suggestion, or rather you asked for some ideas and messages. The first one would be that to address the triple crisis, we need a system-wide approach, but with a strong, just transition underpinning this. We need to connect SDG 7 with the other SDGs in order to be able to see how these interconnect. And of course, SDG 12 on consumption and production, sustainable consumption production becomes key to going forward. Solutions we know are very country specific, and we need to keep focused, however, on the common responsibility to achieving the Paris mitigation goal of 1.5, which the minister just alluded to. But we have to understand the context. And so this requires us to optimize the use of fossil fuels within the global carbon budget. If we need to reduce it to 1/3 of the current levels by 2015, we need to focus very clearly on phasing out of coal. But if coal is continuing because we need it immediately, we need to make sure we have a very clear plan for sequestering it to nature-based solutions. If we're using natural gas as a transition fuel, we need to very clearly pull out the methane emissions, whether it's in the production phase or in the consumption phase or in the transport phase. So reduction of methane would be very important in order to take our actions forward. We heard of the need to decarbonize electric power and electrifying energy demand by a mix of renewable energy options. It was really interesting to listen to the renewable energy panel just a while ago, because you can see that much is happening in the space, and there's a clear geographical spread in the renewable energy uptake from countries. We definitely need to change the narrative in support of this, this exercise. But of course, finance, and the last session that we just heard on finance is very interesting because it spoke exactly to this. And of course, we all think addressing energy finance becomes key, not only in terms of addressing the challenges, also the upfront capital costs of clean energy. The second message that I have is the need for a big push on energy efficiency. Energy efficiency speaks to the triple crisis, speaks to the multiple benefits of action. And therefore, the IEA in their recent net zero emissions pathway stipulated that while the world economy will be some 40% larger than today, it will need to use 7% less energy. This can only come about through energy efficiency. But if you have energy efficiency, you also have various ways of addressing resource equity, health issues, reduced carbon emissions, and very much, you're reducing the need for finance. So altogether, it becomes a really good proposition. And UNEP is working on energy efficiency in Rwanda and Ghana for sustainable cooling. It also works on roadmaps for buildings and construction. I won't go into details, but you'll find them in our website. And the key message 3 that I would have is that our top actions need to come from governments, CEOs, and non-state actors, but these need to focus on energy access, the additional demand, but also looking at the planetary crisis and energy security. So just take industry, for example. We've heard all day long, and we've been hearing as we move towards COP26, the importance of joint efforts to race to zero and energy compacts, the need for commitments to short-term energy and climate change, need for an outline on strategy to get to zero emissions, not just the commitments, but also the actions, so that it's not just rhetoric, as the minister just said. Top actions from government: submit ambitious enhanced NDCs integrating energy efficiency and climate-friendly cooling. Link recovery from COVID to climate action, low carbon energy investments and jobs. Outline a strategy to get to zero emissions by 2050 and adopt a whole of government approach, something that you, Ulrika, keep talking about. Not just whole of government, but whole of society if we need to get to that goal. Top actions from non-state actors: join the race to zero and the race to resilience. Invite cities to join the Urban Energy Coalition, which is just launched today. Work on energy transition using an integrated approach across the various sectors that we keep talking about. And make the benefits case, the capacity and finance where intergovernmental organizations like ourselves are involved. That becomes key role for us. Finally, 2021 is a very important year where you hear a lot of commitments. So let's start really working towards this with the COP26, but then taking forward the other COPs that come up, but using the energy lens as a transition mode. Thank you, Ulrika.
Thank you so much, Lydia. And now, colleagues, those of you who are listening, you know who to turn to, not only Lydia, of course, but the colleagues in UNEP, as they have a lot of expertise and ideas to bring to the table. Now, allow me to turn to our other distinguished panelists who have prepared short videos. And we will start with Dr. Faith Birrell, who is the Executive Director of the International Energy Agency. Let's start the video.
Today, we heard many good views, perspectives, announcements from different stakeholders, and the inspiring thoughts of Minister Jorgensen, Executive Director Anderson, and Mr. Bloomberg. Thank you very much for that. At the IEA, the International Energy Agency, we have been focusing on clean energy transitions since several years. And we are, of course, extremely happy to see a great momentum in the global energy sector. This is excellent. When we look at the numbers, there are many numbers that are extremely encouraging. But the word action, here you put the name, is critical. Let me give you one example how critical it is. This year, there were two records. One, record number of countries around the world to make commitments to bring their emissions to net zero by 2050. This is the good record. The second record, again this year, according to IEA's numbers, global emissions are increasing very high, the second highest in the history. Another record, but bad record. So therefore, there is a significant and growing gap between the rhetoric and action. Therefore, I am happy that you call this the Action Day. Now, at the IEA in May, we came up with a roadmap of the global energy sector, what needs to happen to reach net zero in the energy sector. So we have more than 400 milestones between now and 2050. What needs to happen with the wind? What needs to happen with the coal? What needs to happen with the solar, electric cars, hydrogen? More than 400 each year, if we are serious to reach net zero by 2050. Can it be done? A Herculean effort, but our analysis show that there is a narrow but a still feasible pathway to reach net zero.
Okay, we are turning to the next video. Bloomberg, the Secretary General's Special Envoy, here he will share his messages.
Hello, everyone. Congratulations on a productive day. To avoid the worst impacts of climate change, we have to phase out fossil fuels quickly. The more we collaborate, the faster we can make progress. Our team at Bloomberg Philanthropies has seen that firsthand. 10 years ago, we joined with partners to launch an effort called Beyond Coal. Since then, we've helped retire more than 65% of US coal plants and more than half the coal plants in Europe as well. We're working with the Powering Past Coal Alliance to spread progress globally, which is helping cut emissions, clean the air, and create jobs. The Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance launching today is another step forward. I want to thank Denmark, Costa Rica, and all its other members. We have to knock down barriers to clean energy all around the world, and our foundation is working to do that, including in Indonesia. We're also collaborating with India's International Solar Alliance. And at COP26, we'll launch a blueprint to mobilize more global investment. We're making progress, but not fast enough. It's up to all of us to fix that. So thanks for your leadership and all the best.
Yes, it's up to all of us. And thankfully, we have Mr. Gonzalo Munoz, who is the COP25 high-level climate champion with us here today. So I will hand over to you, Gonzalo, to summarize and give us some ideas forward. What are the most important actions by governments and also the private sector towards COP26, but also, of course, beyond? Over to you, Gonzalo.
Thanks so much, Ulrika. Quite a relevant task, the one they gave me. I'm not sure we're going to be able to fulfill it, but I'd like to start by echoing the sentiments of many speakers throughout Energy Action Day, that we must accelerate the energy system change and decarbonize the sector faster to keep the 1.5 degrees alive. So in the run-up to COP26, it's essential that we work together with what we call radical collaboration in order to achieve this goal. In that sense, the private sector has a key role to play in getting us to the 1.5 degrees future. So with my dear friend and fellow high-level climate action champion, Nigel Topping, we're calling on all companies to join the race to zero and be part of the largest collection of credible net zero commitments in the world. It is particularly exciting to see the progress on the financial sector, where now over 90 trillion of assets are committed via the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, or so-called GFANZ. But as we've heard very eloquently, commitments aren't enough. We need to see tangible progress in halving emissions this decade. Action-oriented alliances like the RE100 for renewable procurement and EP100 for energy efficiency definitely help businesses to focus on delivering these emission cuts. Governments also have a role to play, and we've just heard from Fatih Birol, in setting the ambitious targets and outlining the policy framework for the energy transition a lot faster than what we have been seeing nowadays. Nowhere it is more apparent than in the transition from coal to clean power. And so I echo my colleague Alok Sharma's call to action earlier for countries to come forward with new commitments here in the lead up to COP. In my country, where I'm today, Chile, we've seen the rapid progress that can be made in expanding renewables and shrinking coal power very rapidly, and putting everyone together on the same page, really accelerating the transition. So governments and the private sector working together enable us to go faster and further on climate action and ambition loop in practice. I've been really encouraged to hear today of new initiatives and actions, including on moving beyond oil and gas, expanding offshore wind power and green hydrogen. It's great to see such concrete action in advance of the high-level dialogue on energy later this month, which offers a stepping stone towards COP26. Let's not miss that. At this year's COP, we look forward to progressing, consigning coal to history, and accelerating the really unstoppable move to renewable energy. Much has been achieved on this in recent months, but greater commitments is needed up to COP and beyond. I urge you all to continue your hard work on this agenda in the coming months to give us the best chance of success in Glasgow. We cannot miss this opportunity. Thank you very much, Ulrika. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Gonzalo. And we could hear your energy as well. You've accompanied these processes for a long time, so as Lydia and many of us who are here on this call today. So the need to emphasize scaled up action, but also system change, and how to look at SDG 7 at the heart of what we can do, where we deliver for people and planet, cannot be said too many times. But as we know, we also need to make this into action. And rest assured that in the United Nations Development Program, together with partners across, and not least UNEP here also, we will also be part of leading that action at country level. We will continue to support governments in making their energy and climate commitments reality through our flagship initiatives like the Climate Promise, where we have accompanied 119 member states developing their NDCs. We'll make sure that we can support countries, but also actors in countries also to implement these bold actions. Because as you say, we have countries showcasing that it can be done much faster than we think, and still we know that the world is too slow. I also want, before closing, because it's time to close now, to remind you about the dialogue that is taking place, as I said in the beginning, the 22nd to 23rd of September, with the official segment beginning on the 24th. So thank you so much for accompanying us here today. Just a teaser, much more to be discussed, but not least to be done. Thank you very much for accompanying us today.